Get it going. Okay, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. We're back at it. Little behind schedule, but we'll try to make that up. Hope everybody is doing well today. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation. Also, shout out Kazakia, SOW, Virginia. Quadzab, SOW, Houston. And Zion, SOW, Rochester, New York. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it, getting this Sabbath shuffle going on, man. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's send this prayers up. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa. Methalanawa. Awar. Zayawam.
The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Now it's time. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa. Methalanawa. Rayak. Nayakaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa. Methalanawa. Shabbat. Bashalom.
The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Haharya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamaya. Ana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yishan. Shashawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Alabana, Walayala, Yahweh, Yashemaria, Makol, Rai, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Awalakia,
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth thee shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohim Noah. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohim Noah. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohim Noah. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamkah, Yahweh, Malak Wavkah, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratiza, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netalanawa, Lachom, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanaw, Chawathinaw, Chasalachnaw, Chawathinaw, Wala'ah, Tabi'anaw, Bonasar 1, Abo, Awashaynaw, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatha Pa'arath, La'ayam Alamyam. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Akhaya, Aya, Panya.
Thou shalt know the gods before me.
Number 2. La'a, Tha'ina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Tha'ibada.
Thou shalt not make to thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Thalak Khokha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatizah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'ina, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Tha'chama, Kho, Ashara, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Ahawa, Nathan Hathawa.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Israel seated.
Why do we skip this?
I got it all fixed up.
Okay,
I changed it.
a little confusing.
No, well, the reason we did it because that adjustment was made a long time ago because the way this is done, you're supposed to sit back and send the prayer out. You're supposed to acknowledge the opening of the Torah after the Torah has been opened. So what was done is acknowledge the opening of the Torah, then go into class. So that was done, but we're going to change it up on the paperwork once that comes. Because you're right, it doesn't make any sense. Okay. We're going to sit back here and continue just so we can understand. The title of the class is The Shame Then Death of Antiochus Epiphanes. These events that are happening with Antiochus Epiphanes are going simultaneously with the wars and the victories that Judas is having with Lysias being the general of all the armies, Nicanor and Gorgias. Over these last chapters in 1 Maccabees, chapter 4 and 5, we've been reading about all the victories that Maccabees and his men were having against Lysias and Gorgias. Then we end up dealing with all the internal strifes and internal border battles and disputes with Timotheus and all of these leaders of the regions, whether it's the Samaritans or the Philistines or the Edomites, all these different wars that we had amongst all these nations that hated our guts. So in the midst of us fighting these wars and winning these wars and the Most High looking after us in this region, now you have Antiochus Epiphanes all the way in Persia, under the influence the Most High obviously got him in, because in Antiochus' mind, I got to go all the way to Persia to get more money up, stack my money up, so I can sit back here and overcome these Jews and have enough money to pay my army in case these wars last for a couple years. So in Antiochus' mind, I got to go to Persia, stack up my bread, come back down so I can keep paying mercenary armies to finally wipe out the Jews. So this is where we're focusing on Antiochus' journey to Persia. We've already gone on dealing with Judas and his wars against Nicanor and Gorgias. Just know all this is happening simultaneously, though. So let's go to 1 Maccabees, chapter 6, verse 1. We're gonna read. Oh, I didn't do that. Okay, let me make that adjustment real quick on the screen. Thought I had that already. The first verse we're going to go into 1 Maccabees chapter 6 verse 1 through 16. And then we're going to be bouncing to 2 Maccabees chapter 9. because it gives a more detailed story of Antiochus in 2nd Maccabees than what it does in 1st Maccabees 6. So we're going to read that, 1 through 29. Okay. One more type, and we're good to go. Okay, let's read 1st Maccabees 6, verse 1. Oh, that's the trick, right.
Korea, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Korea, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Amaju. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakaton.
All right. Okay. So let's do this.
First Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 1. About that time, King Antiochus, traveling through the high countries, heard say that Epiphanes in the country of Persia was a great city, greatly renowned for riches, silver,
So as he's going to Persia to raid and steal from the Persian people, he was given word and intel that Epiphanes was a very rich city. Now, historically, they said Antiochus, not Antiochus, but Alexander the Great, left a lot of riches when he made his expeditions many years ago in the land of Persia. And they said when he went to Epiphanes in particular, Alexander left a lot of riches and gold and just different goodly things he can take from the people and bring back home. So Antiochus is under this thinking that I can go to Epiphanes and recoup this bread that Alexander had left over there in their temple many years ago. Now, I just kind of want to preface this is that going down, I'm not going to go over the verse, but going down into the Persian Empire was the demise of Antiochus Epiphanes' father, Antiochus III. Antiochus Epiphanes is Antiochus IV. Antiochus III went down to Persia also to get gold and riches to pay back these Romans that they had him under a debt plan. And as Antiochus III went down to Persia, he tried to sit back here and marry a princess in the Persian ranks. And what they did is they did the kind of like I don't know if y'all have ever seen the Red Room scene in what was that damn show? Game of Thrones, when they were celebrating a marriage, and in the midst of them celebrating the marriage, they had the men on top, and they shot arrows with all the people inside the wedding room to kill off a rebellious faction that was going against the king of the south. Same situation here. They lured Antiochus III and his men for a wedding scenario, and when they got into the wedding hall, they closed the doors and killed him. So this region was the death of his father, and it's about to be a bad omen for Antiochus Epiphanes. Awesome. So Antiochus goes to Epiphanes. So let's sit back here and go on the map real quick and have an idea of where Epiphanes is present day. Let's look at Epiphanes. You look at the screen. Trust me, the images will be clearer as we continue. But sometimes you would kind of want to isolate. Now you better know where the hell those rivers are going. And if you don't know where the rivers are going, you are in trouble. Now listen, where that green is, in the midst of all that gray, is where Iran is today. The water mass on the base is the Persian Gulf. The water mass to the far left is the Red Sea. The water mass above is the Black Sea. So, and the water mass to the far left is the Mediterranean. We're going to sit back here. That's the region of Epiphanes. This is where Antiochus came all the way from Antioch, or the country of Antioch, which is near the Mediterranean Sea. He made this long trip to this land called Epiphanes. Now, let me prove that Epiphanes is Iran with a better map.
There you go.
There than that.
I was like, come on.
This is a cleaner map. So, but you have to kind of stack. You see how Epiphanes is a smaller piece of the region.
Yeah, okay.
Now you understand it's really where I can't even say it's actually near Susa. It's on the right of Susa.
Well, it's a smaller part.
But
of
Susa was the head
Capital.
capital city of the Persian and Median Empire.
Okay.
That was where Nehemiah was living, serving the king
Oh,
way back when.
Okay, wow.
So now we're here. Elemaeus is kind of like to the far right of it. Okay? So, now we're here. It's in the land of Iran. The Persian Gulf is below it. This is where Antiochus Epiphanes is heading. Another picture that helps clarify it is this region. This is the ancient Persian and Median Empire back in the day. But it's right here. This is the Persian and Gulf. This is Babylon. Babylon, you see that river? I think the river Euphrates. The river Euphrates that's running down there, that's running all the way to the Persian Gulf, is what's separating the Babylonian Empire from the Persian and Mede turf on the right. That's the separation of the land. But on the right is where Elmias is. And also for you historian people, you'll see Carmania, bottom right, near as the Persian and Gulf has that lip to the top. That region is called Carmania.
And you have
Carmania is where you read about that in 2nd Ezra 15, about the Carmanians sitting back here going to war. And it's one of the triggers to let you know when World War III is coming around. So that's literally Carmania, and that ties into prophecy in the future. So just know when the Carmanians are in a major war, that's a sign that things are really about to get bad. So that's just a little heads up. But back to this weird map that I was showing you earlier. We're going back to the weird green and gray map. This is Elmaeus, okay? And Elmaeus is in present-day Iran, which was the Persian and Mede Empire. Are we clear? That makes sense?
Right.
Okay. So, Antiochus is heading to Elmaeus. It's known to have riches and gold. He can take it back, sell it, or use the money to go pay for more soldiers to wipe out Judas. Let's get verse 2.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 2. And that there was in it a very rich temple, wherein were coverings of gold, and breastplates, and shields, which Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian king, who reigned first among the Grecians, had left there.
Just what I said. He went to go get that gold that would have set him up for a long time. Read on.
That was the goal.
That was the goal. Get the money, get paid, pay the soldiers, wipe out the Judean threat, and move on with your life. Read on.
First Maccabees 6 and 3. Wherefore he came and sought to take the city and to spoil it, but he was not able, because they of the city, having had warning thereof.
So once again, the Most High is in control of all these moves. Don't forget, when Judea or Judah started winning these wars, Antiochus kind of was bugged out in the head, was frustrated and reacted the wrong way. His irrational moves got him all the way out there to the Persian territories. Now the Most High gives these Persians a heads up that he's on the way, to give them time to fortify the area, fortify the regions, and to get their men war ready. And now things aren't going to work out the way he expects them to. Now let's go to verse 3.
Right. First Maccabees 6 and 3. Wherefore he came and sought to take the city and to spoil it, but he was not able, because they of the city, having had warning thereof.
So he couldn't sit back here and get the job done that he wanted. So just understand, the Most High is starting to just accumulate losses. He's starting to accumulate losses. The first loss he had, that was a major one, was when the Romans said, no longer can you go attack the king of the south. The king of the south is now under our protection, and their interests are now our interests. That was the first slap in the face. Now the second slap in the face is all these victories that Judas is getting and setting up in the territory. Now he's coming over here. And the funny thing is, he doesn't even know about these losses yet. We're going to read about that in a second. So he doesn't even know they're losing in Judea. What he does know is he got stopped by these Persian band of warriors that's not going to let him just ransack the land. Read on.
First Maccabees 6 and 4. Rose up against him in battle, so he fled and departed thence with great heaviness and returned to Babylon.
So what he did, like in the pictures, Babylon is right to the left of the Persian Mede Empire. It's right where the Euphrates is. So he crossed the Euphrates after getting his butt whipped at Emmaus and went to Babylon to kind of figure out what his next play was, figure out what his next plan was. Okay? So now we're going to hold this, because like I mentioned before, First Maccabees 6 kind of speeds through the fall of Judas. We want to take our time. I mean, not Judas, but fall of Antiochus. We want to take our time with Antiochus. So let's go to 2 Maccabees chapter 9.
2 Maccabees chapter 9.
We're going to read this entire chapter, then come back to 1 Maccabees chapter 6.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 1. About that time came Antiochus with dishonor out of the country of Persia.
We just read that. He left Persia with dishonor, meaning with a loss, with shame, another shame or blemish on his military record. Okay, read on.
1 Maccabees 9 and 2. For he had entered the city called Persepolis and went about to rob the temple.
Now listen, some people call it Persepolis, other folks call it Emmaus. It's still the same region. Okay, it's the same region. Let me sit back and see if Persepolis is on. My eyes ain't great, but I don't see Persepolis around here. It doesn't matter whether one person calls it Persepolis or Emmaus. It's that region that had the riches that were left from the time of Alexander the Great. Let's continue.
All right. It says, for he had, 2 Maccabees 9 and 2. For he had entered the city called Persepolis and went about to rob the temple and to hold the city. Whereupon the multitude, running to defend themselves with their weapons, put them to flight. And so it happened that Antiochus, being put to flight of the inhabitants, returned with shame.
So once again, he returned to Babylon with shame. He didn't go all the way back home to Antioch yet, which is present-day Turkey. He didn't do that. He just went across the water to lick his wounds and think about his next plan. Read on.
2 Maccabees 9 and 3. Now when he had came to Ecbatane, news was brought him that
Ecbatane is in Babylon. So by the time he gets to Ecbatane, Babylon, he starts to get this bad news cascading to him about all the losses that Judas Maccabees is incurring against Lysias the head man, Gorgias, and Nicanor. Read verse 3.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 3. Now when he had came to Ecbatane, news was brought him what had happened unto Nicanor and Timotheus.
So you have Nicanor and Timotheus, because Timotheus was that general that was over the armies of the Ammonites, who was giving Reuben and Gad problems east of Gilead, or east of the Jordan, in Gilead. Okay? And he's getting all the stories about how Judas is wiping out Timotheus' armies. Simon wiped out the armies of northern Samaria. And all these victories, and he's accumulating in victories. Read on.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 verse 4. Then swelling with anger, he thought to avenge upon the Jews the disgrace done unto him by those that made him flee. Therefore,
so he says, then swelling with anger, he thought to avenge upon the Jews the disgrace done unto him by those that made him flee. This is the same pattern that he did to inflict the Jews with the first wave of detriment and the first wave of death and destruction that happened to Jerusalem in the first place. Remember, he was ashamed and embarrassed by that Roman captain who sat back here and drew a line in the sand in a circle around Antiochus Epiphanes. And he said, before you leave this damn circle, tell me, are you going to war?
Yeah.
or are you going to sit back here and concede to the request? And once he sheepishly said, no, we will concede, he took that shame and embarrassment and used all of that shame and embarrassment and put it on the Jew. And put it and focused that energy and hatred and that shame on shaming Israel back then. Now he sat back here and took this loss. And instead of sitting back here and figuring out, then the Most High is telling me something. The Spirit's telling me something. I have to rethink why I'm doing this. Instead of having any kind of humility in his thinking is, you're going to make me look bad, these Persians make me look bad, I'm going to make the Jews look bad. I'm going to sit back here and punish the Jews for how these Persians made me look and how these Persians made me feel. What he's showing is Antiochus was a really carnal guy.
Yeah.
And he was really a bully.
Yeah.
And if he was embarrassed, he going to go to a weaker nation.
Take it out on them.
And take it out on them.
The tyrant, yeah.
He was a bully, a tyrant, whatever you want to call it. And it was significant weakness. And he used his leverage and power to try to bully on other nations. So his thinking is, okay, I'm going to leave Epiphanes and go straight to Jerusalem and finish these guys off. Because I'm pissed, I'm vexed, and I need a what? A win. I need a win. Like we hear Jews say all the damn time.
Yeah.
Israel say, I need a win, so I'm going to go bring a law.
Yeah. You
And
know,
that's what when a person says, I got to get a win. That means I'm going to go outside of the means the Most High has allotted me to get this win.
you know, it's when
Come hell or high water. I say, come hell or high water, I'm going to get what I want.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
no, it's like when like, damn, I just had it, man. It was
I'm sorry. I added some more words in there.
yeah. Go ahead. It'll come back.
You had something said down here?
No, I was.
You had a hand on
No,
it?
I was thinking about something.
I thought you had something to say.
He said, stairs, not stairs.
All I said was this. I'm just going to bring back the point. When you don't, listen, a lot of us get to this point where you take some losses, you take some unfortunate snares in your life, and instead of looking at it spiritually, you double down on your pursuits. You
That's
double
what
down
I'm
on your focus.
I remember what
Okay.
you said. Yeah, because when you read in the Josephus about Cain, you know, when Cain couldn't get what he wanted, he went on a rampage with his neighbors.
Yeah.
It said he put on the spirit of rapine, and that spirit of rapine. Get that definition of rapine, R-A-P-I-N-E.
That's bad business. I know
Yeah,
that sounds.
it don't even sound good.
That sounds like terror.
Yeah.
Rapine, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. The act of plundering, the seizing and carrying away of things by force.
So now you become a kick door specialist. You're just gonna raid. You're gonna raid everybody around you. He said when Cain couldn't get what he wanted, and he knew the Most High withdrew himself from him, he just went on a rampage, just literally seizing everything he could. Just that's becoming that tyrant. You know, just becoming a menace to your neighbors, a terror to your neighbors.
Until you feel good. I'm going to take and rob and inflict pain on others until I feel good.
Yeah, that's that spirit that be on people when they don't get what they want.
Got
Read
it.
on.
It says violence, force, to plunder.
That's it. So yes, sir.
That's also there's also a Latin word, rapina.
That's Spanish or Latin?
Yeah,
man?
Latin. Yeah. Rapina, that means robbery, but robbery with violence.
Okay.
Robbery with extortion and murder and
With pain.
yeah.
And
torture.
you could tell this guy was into torture and pain,
Yeah.
especially if he was embarrassed. You have something to say that before we went further?
No. It's intense. It's intense criminality.
Yeah.
That's the spirit of intense criminality. That's the spirit with men, in the spirit of, hey, listen, I'm losing, and I'm not gonna keep losing. So let me go left, so I can redeem myself
Yeah.
from this condition, and then that means I'm gonna submit to the spirit of reptile.
Yep. And this is the second time that Antiochus chooses to do this. When he was supposed to be conscious that the Spirit's telling me something. But once again, Antiochus wasn't a spiritual person.
No.
So when you don't think spiritually, what does the Most High do to a man or a woman to wake them up?
Good question.
He starts to hit the flesh. If you're not going to listen in the Spirit, if you can't read between the tea leaves,
Yeah, right.
if you can't just see if you can't see the writing on the wall,
And that's a scary element right there. Just saying it's scary because if he does it with nations like that, it's just carnal or unfeeling or unclear people.
Well, I'm going to say this. He does this to everyone.
That's what
The
I'm
only
saying.
difference is between nations and Israelites. The Most High lets the nation run to their end and finish them off. With us, he corrects us in measure. The method doesn't change. It's just how long he allows you to be naughty before he hits you.
Mm-hmm.
For Antiochus, he let Antiochus run all the way to the end and then finish him off. With us, he hits us incrementally.
But that didn't help.
But what I'm trying to say is the punishment is the same. Meaning the methodology in which the Most High chooses to correct is the same. If you want to look at things carnal, if you don't want to look at things spiritually, if you don't want to process what the Most High is trying to teach you in the now, then he's going to have to hit you physically.
Yeah.
And maybe when you get hit physically, now you can start thinking spiritually. It's almost like he understands the nature of man. When we're so caught up into our carnal, we're so caught up in our flesh, the only thing that will wake up a fleshly person is to get touched in the flesh. Because the problem is the carnal person only respects the carnal.
Yeah.
So he got to hit you in a place where you're going to kind of wake up and start thinking. Because the scripture says, the Most High speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth it not. How does the Most High speak to us? Through spiritual reasonings.
Yeah.
Scenarios not working out the way you want.
Right.
There's lessons right there around us every day, but do we fight to extract them? No, because we're carnal. And this is why in Wisdom Solomon 14 it says, rarely do we guess aright. We rarely guess aright what the Spirit's teaching us because we're carnally minded. So because we're carnally minded and we rarely pick up on things the right way, now he's got to sting us in the body.
Yeah.
Or in the flesh to get us to stop. So now he's about to sit back here and leave Babylon and go straight to Jerusalem and destroy it. Because all he knows is attack or react, overreact, react. If I feel bad, give myself something in the flesh to neutralize my sadness.
Yeah.
He's sad, he's angry. So he's got to hurt and attack somebody else to make him feel superior again.
Yeah.
But this is what we do in the carnal. When we feel sad, when we feel alone, when we feel depressed, what do? We feed the flesh.
Oh, I'm going to make this refrigerator suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat everything in it.
Yep.
I'm going to go on a
Man,
binge.
You're going to
Yep.
make the refrigerator. I have nothing in here. I have nothing in me.
Yeah. Refrigerator.
It's just cold on cold. There's no food in
no
here.
food in here.
It will not be full of it.
I'm going to punish Whataburger.
Yeah, I'm gonna raid it. I'm gonna raid the refrigerator. I'm gonna eat everything I see in sight.
Oh my goodness! And
Still the same
I'm gonna
spirit.
show him. I'm gonna show him.
Yeah, somebody gonna get it.
That's
Refrigerator gonna
crazy.
get it.
But this is how we handle things too.
Yeah.
So, read that verse again.
Second Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 4. Then swelling with anger, he thought to avenge upon the Jews the disgrace done unto him by those that made him flee. Therefore commanded he his chariot men to drive without ceasing.
That means go non-stop until we sit back here and get to this land of the Jews. I don't give a shit
That
how
means his
tired
men
these
had-
animals
that
are.
means his men had to suffer.
I don't care. Listen, think about the horses.
I know.
Look,
Everybody
how
suffers.
tired the horses are.
Everybody's
Can they
suffering.
drink water at?
No.
Can they take a break at?
Everybody's suffering because I'm upset.
Kinda. But we're the same way on a different level.
Everybody's suffering around me.
Because I'm
So I feel
angry.
better.
Because I'm pouting.
Exactly.
Everybody got to suffer because I'm emotional.
Yeah.
So this is where Antiochus is thinking. We're going to go non-stop, no sleep to Jerusalem. So let's keep going.
God. Therefore commanded he his chariot men to drive without ceasing and to dispatch the journey. The judgment of the Most High now following him.
Both sides like, this guy ain't listening. So because this guy ain't listening, now I have to bring forth judgment to finish this guy. To properly teach him. Because you're not listening to anything. You're not picking up on the lesson. You're not seeing the message. You don't see the writing on the wall. Your time is up. And back off these people. But he can't see it. So all he knows is one mode, go. Read on.
For he has spoken proudly in this sort, that he would come to Jerusalem and make it a common burying place of the Jews.
He has said this many other previous times. So now he's going there to finish what he had started. Don't forget that last battle that they had with Gorgias and Nicanor. Remember they had all those slave traders there?
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to eliminate Jerusalem then. Now he's not even going to play around with this slave trade. So I'm just going to kill them all. I'm just going to kill all these people off. And the Jews will not have a place nor a name in this region
He's not going to monetize
anymore.
He's
He's not even about making money no more. I just want blood. I want to see people suffer. That's the point. So
most times Esau, well, at least I got to profit off this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Don't let no disaster go to waste.
Yes.
This is a deeper level than that.
He's like, no, I just want blood. The more blood I see, the more I'm going to be happy.
It's kind of like how he did Gad.
Yeah. So the Most High is like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with these guys.
Yeah.
I'm done with him. Judgment has to come now. Read on.
2 Maccabees 9:5. But the Lord Almighty, the power of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague.
So he's like, now I'm going to sit back here and break him. You want to go super fast on this horse? I'm going to put an incurable and an invisible plague on you. So when it says invisible, why is the invisible part important? It's incurable, but why is it incurable? Because nobody knows what the hell it is.
That's why it's invisible.
But that's why it's incurable. It's incurable because nobody knows what it is and how to even get a read on it.
Because you need to know symptoms in order to know what you're dealing with. But if there's no symptoms to the problem, then you don't have anything to go off of.
There's nothing. There's no medical precedent that his doctors would have to remedy this situation. So the Most High, I'm gonna break this guy in a way that nothing in his power, he can do nothing about it in his power to fix it. But listen, isn't that how the Most High deals with us? He puts us in a situation in which we are powerless.
Yeah.
And the fix is incurable. That's the only way he breaks that mind that is determined to get what they got to get at all costs.
Regardless.
And the reason why it has to be incurable and invisible, because if you knew that, okay, this is a disease that's a 3-month disease.
Yeah.
So that means, okay, I'm going to suffer for 3 months.
Yep.
But after 3 months, I can go back to being
I'll
me.
be back again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back to doing what I do.
I'll be good.
You know what I'm saying? I'll go back to my rhythm because I know that this is only a 3-month stage.
Yeah.
So it's just temporary.
Yeah.
But when you don't know the how long the disease is going to last, then you got to be humble for that entire time. And it quenches that little anger and wrath that you had on you.
Listen, it's scary.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to make this.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to get out of it.
All my doctors, they don't know. I see them whispering over there. What are they whispering about?
Yeah.
What are they sitting here doing this? Why is he shrugging his shoulders? Say this, I don't know. Why am I'm now when you're sick and things ain't going good, you are an impeccable lip reader. Why does he say he don't know? I don't know what to do.
He's reading the room out, and nobody has answers. Nobody like this.
And I just, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's a nightmare.
Yeah. He might not make it. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Listen, that's a nightmare for a guy that has extreme control over everything.
That's my point.
For a person that desires extreme control over every scenario, when you no longer you can't even see what angle to go. That's supposed to put an intense spirit of fear in that person.
And that's how he's breaking us now in our lives. Listen, what we're seeing happen to Antiochus is a microcosm of how he breaks us. He puts us in unfixable situations. How do we know? This is why brothers, they'll sit back and do everything they want to do. And then when they're out of cards to play, then they call for what?
Counsel.
Now I want answers.
Yep.
I want answers out of this. But the Most High puts you in a situation that is unfixable because that was the only way you was going to slow down and come to the Most High. And then half the times when you go for counsel, the solution is about reprioritizing your life to put the Most High first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because most of the answers that men and women want to these issues, they're unfixable.
Yeah. That's why
A brother can't fix it.
Yeah.
A counselor can't fix it. A counselor's job then will be, hey man, if this woman is treating you a certain way, if this job or this boss is treating you a certain way,
Yeah.
the answer is getting back right with the Most High.
There you go. That's the
And
solution.
changing what's inside of you.
But besides that right there, that is what it's like a funnel.
And that's the point I'm
It's a
saying.
funnel. The Most High is funneling you back to Him because we don't want to go to Him.
That's the point.
We want to go to somewhere else, and then we'll go to idol. We'll go to the Badlands outside the camp.
Even with camp, remember with King Asa, he had this foot issue.
Yeah.
He called all the damn doctors and he was calling footmen from China. I need some solutions. What's wrong with my feet? He called all the greatest doctors in the world out.
Yeah.
Nobody gave him answers. And what they say? You need to go to the Most High.
Yeah.
Hell no, I ain't going to the Most High.
You have
Go to the Most High.
you
for the
have a
answer.
problem with the Lord.
That's the point.
Like this. Get him out of here. Here's
That's
your
the
money.
point. Here's your money. Get him out of here. I don't want to hear this answer. Right? This is what's happening. Chinaman said, no. You're no good with God. That's why you was like this. You make God mad.
My herbs always work.
My herbs always work. You have sickness of the heart.
Oh, man.
You have heart sickness, not foot sickness.
Not foot sickness, yeah. The sickness started here.
It was here. Sickness of the heart. But this is the truth that that we have to deal with. Our conditions don't change until we get right with the Father.
Right.
And our priorities
You're right.
get realigned with what the Most High wants us to refocus our mind on. If we don't realign our mind and our focus on Him, then we're going to be spinning wheels and staying sick.
Yeah.
But this is how the Most High breaks us. He breaks us, and He's breaking Antiochus because nothing else is sticking through our head. Yes.
And we're gonna be blowing money on medicine now.
Yeah.
Blowing money here and there, and there's still no solution. Man.
That's the problem.
Don't get fixed.
That's the sad thing. So what does the Most High do? He plagues us with sadness,
Yeah.
unhappiness, loneliness. What are the different ways the Most High breaks us? This is why the Most High talks about in James. He says you fight, you kill, you fight and you push for all these things, but He's not giving it to you because what you want to do is do what? Let's go there.
Right.
James 4, you want to feed it on your lust.
Yeah.
Let's go to James 4.
Alright. James chapter 4 and verse 1.
Yeah, read that.
From whence come wars and fightings among you?
So whence comes the wars and the fightings that are inside you? Read on.
Come they not hence, even of your lust that war in your
And
members?
this is the issue. What the Most High was trying to do with Antiochus is to slow down, stop what you're doing, and for 1 second, think what the Most High wants for you to do. Now, we know what ends up happening to Antiochus. The Most High wipes him off the board. He wipes him off the board completely. But with us, what is he trying to do with us? He's trying to get our attention in hopes that we make the adjustments necessary to get closer to him. But how does he sit back here and get our attention? Shalom, Thawam. How you doing, brother? So what does the Most High do to get our attention? He starts to stifle the blessings or stifle your comforts. He says, from whence cometh wars and fightings among you? Why are people angry? Why are people upset? Why are people upset serving God? Why are people upset in the truth? Why are people not being fulfilled in this realm? Because what does a fight come about? A person is fighting and struggling because they want something.
I'm resisting.
They're fighting and struggling because they want they want something. They're fighting to push, to gain something.
Yeah.
Whether you're fighting to gain more money on your job.
I want an object.
Or you're fighting to gain a husband or a wife. You're fighting to gain custody of your child.
Yeah.
You're fighting to gain to see your child. You're fighting to gain something tangible that makes you happy.
Yeah.
So the Most High is like, where are these fightings and these wars coming from? Read on.
Verse 2.
No, I want one again.
Okay. James chapter 1 and verse 4 and verse 1. From whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lust that war in your members?
And he's like, the reason that these wars are happening is because your lust have not been fulfilled. And what he's doing is you're fighting to feed your lust, but he doesn't want you fighting and pushing that direction. That's why it's a war. It's a war. It's fighting because you want something that the Most High doesn't want from you.
Yeah.
A lot of times we make very complex something that's very simple. The scripture says that we don't accept and embrace the simplicity that's in the Most High. We want to get deep about why I don't have this, why this isn't in my life at this time, why this isn't going the way I want, and we're sitting back here and racking our brain and pushing this, and we're racking our brain because we're going to go through every possible process to attain the thing the Most High simply doesn't want for us, right? And we lose months and years fighting to get something that the Most High doesn't want for us now. And if we just took the time to ask ourselves and to get counsel as to why the Most High doesn't want me to have this now, we would cut out more time and create a stronger, quicker path to actually getting what we want. But the problem is we don't ask the right questions, like the verse is going to explain. We read on, verse 2.
James chapter 4 and verse 2. Ye lust and have not. Ye kill and desire to have and cannot obtain. Ye fight and war. Yet ye have not, because ye ask not.
You're not asking the right questions. We push and we push and we push for promotions and push for validation and push to gain things and push to quote unquote grow in our own minds. We push or we sit back here and tell ourselves, I don't ask for much. All I want is ABC.
Yeah.
How come I can't have ABC?
Yeah,
I'm not a very picky guy or a picky gal. I just want a couple things. I'm not asking for it. How come I can't just get this? How come I can't just get that? I'll really be on point if I just get that. And I'll really be spiritual if I just get this. This is how we think. Yes.
Or when you're told by a counselor or elder, hey, this is the reason why you're not getting it. They don't want to acknowledge that. They're not acknowledging.
You know how many times this like I'm getting to the point where I can tell when a person is not going to listen. You can kind of get a feel. You can get a feel of a person when their con is like, God. It's not disrespect. No, it's not, nonchalant is not the word.
Yeah.
There is a staleness there.
Yeah.
It's like, God, if you do this and you just accept and be happy with what you got, then the Most High going to bless you. God.
Is it kind
There's a deflating energy.
Well, it's a courtesy. That's all it is.
I respect you because you've given me good counsels in the past.
I respectfully decline.
I reject your counsel deposit.
Yeah.
This counsel deposit has been rejected.
Yeah.
And the way to think is there's got to be a better way.
Yeah.
There's got to be another answer. And you can tell that when people go to 2 and 3 and 4 different counselors. Why do you go to 5 counselors to get the same answer to the same question that you're striving to get? Because you're looking for the answer that tells you what you want to hear. Versus accepting the fact that you're fighting to get something that the Most High doesn't want you to have. Let's continue.
And I like what you're saying, because that definition also of a miss is contrary to truth or propriety. Meaning, it's not suitable. What you want is not suitable, and it's just a fantasy of imagination of what you want, and it's not even that it's not obtainable. That you're asking for anything that anybody else doesn't have. It just may not be the timing. You might not be in the right space or place to inherit what it is that you want. It might not be suitable. Might not be in a suitable mind frame to get the things that you want. It may pollute you and corrupt you.
Because what we don't want to think about is, if you get that thing that you desire, where does the Most High and the people that you're responsible for, how do they be affected? How are they going to be affected in you getting what you want?
We don't consider that.
We don't want to consider that, because this is what the Most High is considering. We never take the time to think or to attempt to think about how He looks at you and your development. And it's a very simple question. If the Most High gives you what you're asking for, where is your mind and your focus going to be towards Him and the people that you're responsible for? And 9 times out of 10, your focus and your energy will be pushed in multiple different directions and not be on the Most High and the body of Christ that you're supposed to be focusing.
It diminishes our pulse.
Time. Or, why would I give you more if all I can focus on is what I don't have?
Yeah, true.
Why would the Most High reward any of us if every time He gives us our daily bread and our blessings, that doesn't move us? There's a lot of us that walk around here that can have the world right in their hands, and they still see what they don't have. A lot of our people are wired with this glass is half empty mindset. The glass is half empty, but until you realize your glass is half full, why would I give you more? Remember, there was a Matthew Henry statement in one of the writings where he was saying that, listen, the problem the Most High understands is the more He gives you, the more you're going to what? The more you're going to want. And He understands that about the nature of man. The more He blesses you with, the more you're going to want, and you're going to be less appreciative for what He just gave you.
I'm not fulfilled by what the Most High is giving.
That's the point. It's almost like our people get off to the dopamine rush of a blessing. This is why He don't give us blessings all the time. Because we sit back here and get off on the rush and the dopamine rush of getting something new, acquiring something new. And that's a sickness. So the Most High starves out that desire for 2 reasons. 1, so that you appreciate what the Most High gave you. And then 2, He don't spoil you with more than you can handle. So, a lot of how the Most High deals with us is to hit our flesh, to take away the things that we want in the flesh. Either He's not going to give you the flesh or additional things in the flesh, or He's going to take away things that you didn't properly deal with the right way in the flesh. That's how He deals. Either you're going to sit back here and not get some things you want, or He's going to take some things you had that you took for granted to get your attention. And you can sit back here and fight all you want to get back what you lost. If He took it away, He wants you to feel that for a period of time. And while you're waiting to get back what you lost, or while you're waiting to get what you want, what are you doing with that time? This is what He's watching. Now with Antiochus Epiphanes, He's going to let him run his course and do away with it. With us, He's checking us day to day. Minute for minute, situation for situation. But let's continue in James.
Right. James chapter 4 and verse 3. Ye ask and receive not.
Either you ask for something new, or you ask to regain something that you once had. Read on.
Right. Ye ask and receive not, because ye ask amiss.
Ye ask amiss. You're asking for the wrong thing. We are so fixated on gaining. We're not enough focused on gaining spiritual attributes. What you don't ask yourself are these 2 questions. Whether the Most High hasn't given you something that you've been expecting, or He has taken away something that you've had. Both of the reasons of losing and gaining are the same thing. You're not spiritually mature enough to handle the new blessing or to manage the blessing that you once had. That is, we can go into all the semantics. The why that you weren't immature. Why you weren't mature enough to keep what you had. Why you aren't mature enough to gain something. We can go into the detail, but the reason is the same. You're asking amiss because you're not spiritually mature enough to keep what you got.
And we lie to ourselves saying, I need this.
Yeah.
And it's not even necessarily a need. He said, as long as you got food and raiment, you should be content. Did I have clothes? Did I eat? That should be enough to keep any man and woman content.
Why would the Most High, if he loves you, or if he loves the people, I always say this for men, but it's for women too. Why would the Most High send a woman that he's going to destroy? Why would he do that? There's a lot of men in Israel. I don't know why I don't have a rib. I don't know why I don't have no rib. Well, have you thought about why would the Most High destroy a woman's life with a bad husband? There's a lot of men who are selfish, who only focus on themselves and can't properly develop the spirit the Most High gives them. There's a lot of men in Israel who can quote Bible verses but don't have the love and compassion in their heart to really be a husband. I was counseling with a couple yesterday, and I was like, man, both this woman and husband, this woman and a man, they both have flaws. But I was listening to this husband, I'm like, this guy don't have enough love in his heart to make this marriage work. He don't have enough love in his heart to do it. Because, you got to have Bible verse, you got to have the scriptures, but you got to have love in your heart to keep working with somebody. And the level of disgust that I was just hearing off of his words and his temperament, I'm like, this guy can't see the good in nothing. This ain't going to work. So a person like that, and this person wasn't in the truth, but a person like that would say, how come the Most High don't send me a good woman? Well, shit. Look at how would you treat a good woman? Where would your patience and mercy be? Or how would you treat a woman that has the potential to be a good woman? Because a woman can only truly be maxed out in this work with a good man that can bring out the best in her. Just like us. If we're around a positive environment, then we can sit back here and be a better version of ourselves versus being around a body that's negative and toxic.
Yeah, right.
But this is no different than a woman.
Right.
If a woman doesn't understand how to appreciate her life and the blessings that are in her life now, when or how will she ever be able to appreciate a husband when he comes? Because just like I'm talking to this new couple, I'm trying to teach this young sister how to see the good in her man, despite his flaws. Because isn't that what a wife has to be?
Yeah.
A wife has to have the ability to love her husband. That even Paul said, he says, wives, love your husbands. Well, what does that mean? A wife has to love her husband despite his shortcomings. But if a woman can't appreciate the life that's in front of her now without a husband, do you think she's going to appreciate her husband when he comes?
No.
Or is she going to hyper-focus on the bad?
You play how you practice it. If you operate a certain way in California, it's essentially you operate the same way in New York.
Yeah.
If you operate a certain way,
And this is all based upon thinking.
Yeah.
If I can't value what the Lord has given me on a regular daily basis, why would I value a husband that comes in my life? So this is why the Most High says our prayers are amiss.
Yeah, you don't give kids toys that you know they break.
Ton.
You know you blowing your money at that point because you know they don't. There's no responsibility.
Or you don't give them $1 toy. You don't give them them $2 bullshit.
Chinese toys, Chinese dollar store toys.
You don't give them
I
$1
want that,
store
Dad.
toys.
I
No.
want that.
Yeah.
Listen, like, you ain't getting no Voltron. Remember back in the day, Voltron was like $100 toy. And you better take care of that shit. You better take care.
One toy for the year.
That's it. That's it. But I tell you what. But if you have a habit of breaking arms and breaking shit, listen, dog. Nah, man. You don't get one of those rock'em sock'em sock. You don't get some bullshit, some $5 toy, or something you can just tear up. Because you're not going to appreciate the next level of gift. The Most High is no different than us. With us. Why would I give you what you want with your hopes and dreams when your actions have shown you're not going to treat it right? Listen, they're for men. How can men be loners and love wives?
You can't.
Listen, you can't love freedom and want a wife at the same time.
That's the facts. You like being old? You like being Mr. Super Loner?
Listen, you can't be a loner and then I want to be a wife. I want to have a wife and kids. It can't work.
It's a hard thing.
Because all you gonna do is be at the house in the closet looking for some space. Get in the way.
I need to breathe.
Then why'd you choose a family then?
I got out to one. I just want one.
Did you see that? You see that? Why let out the door and have kids, but don't want a house full of kids running around and a bunch of noise?
Y'all see my door closed?
What kind of crazy? Listen, I don't want anybody in the house. I don't want the voice to get past this octave. Then why'd you have a family? If you want a museum, then don't have nobody in the museum and deal with the burning and the loneliness that comes with it.
That's true.
There's a consequence for every choice you make. But we want it both ways. You want multiple ribs, then you know what? Then guess what? You ain't gonna have no time.
Yeah, the giving king.
Look, you can forget anything about you, because you got multiple kids, multiple ribs, step kids. You sitting back here worrying, forget your life. Your life is over. It's just that's not publicized in the multiple rib manual.
Nobody puts that in the manual.
That guy with multiple colors on his shirt was trying to push that a couple years ago. He was writing books about ribs. Well, I never read it, but I hope he put in the fact that forget your life. Your life don't mean nothing no more, because you are a servant to everybody that you got to teach and counsel and lead.
That's not in the manual.
I know it ain't in the manual.
No.
Because he wasn't a good multiple rib guy. You got to sit back and forget your life. The thinking is more ribs, the more power, and the more ego. But really, the more you get, the more you got to serve.
More service.
Then you can't get a bunch of ribs and be mad you got to serve. And listen, then your ears are going to be burning. You're going to be hearing all day long.
Then we gave ourselves too much credit then.
Of course.
Because we lied about what we can handle.
Yep. But we lied because it was all about our lust in the first place.
Right.
And this is why the Most High is trying to show us mercy and love by taking things away or not giving us these extra things. Because he's like, listen, in the midst of you having all these extra things, you are neglecting other phases and other scenarios that you were supposed to give attention to. This is why he takes other people away and other situations away, because you got to give that energy to someone else and to something else that's been neglected. This is how God looks at us. But because we're so caught up in our flesh, we can't accept the L or the loss. Or how long is it going to take to get the thing I so desire?
But the answer would be, if the Most High is looking at our character flaws to not allow us to have the things that we want, the answer would be to fix my character flaws.
No, but that doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
And how was that going to give me what I want in the carnal?
Exactly. Well, or I might waste my time fixing myself and still come up empty.
That's the cause. That's the point. That's it. But why
fix all this?
Why is it scary if you were here to serve God in the first place? If serving God was what you came here to do, then why aren't we happy? And the reward of serving the Most High is changing the flesh in us.
No, honestly,
is that the reward supposed to be?
No, it tells you the real answer.
Isn't the reward of serving God?
No. The real answer is I came to serve God to serve me.
Yes.
That's the real answer.
To gain a reward.
Listen,
I came to serve God to get a reward. Listen, this palm?
Yeah.
It's got an itch to it.
Yeah. But
this palm's got an itch you want to get itched.
But the scripture says
scratched.
They prophesy for reward. And we just point at the preachers, Jake preachers eating pork chops and talking, like lions, to get tithes.
Listen,
But it's not to say.
Israel prophesies for reward. Israel comes to class for reward.
Yeah.
Israel works the zones for reward.
Yeah.
Israel does a lot of things for reward.
Yeah, it's not just the pastors and preachers.
No, that's what I want to say. It's not just the head guys. Listen,
But
Israel goes to class. Listen, Israel will go to class 4 days a week for what?
Something nice. Something nice. That's what
This is the facts. This is the damn truth about the nation. I don't give a damn what nobody says. If I'm a good boy, a good girl for a period of time, I'm gonna get what I want.
Yeah.
His palm's gonna get itched.
I won't say what I want.
Be itchy and scratchy.
I won't say I want until I can't get
He
it.
like this. I'm just here serving.
Yeah,
I'm just here to
just be a
serve.
good guy.
Like this. Shalom.
I love Jesus.
I just love class. I love class. Class is the best. I'm learning so much.
There's so much information here.
There's a lot of information. There's a lot to learn here. There's a lot to learn.
But why am I learning it? Am I learning to give it? Am I taking this notebook information so I can dispense the information, or am I collecting so when the time comes?
I think might fall out of the sky for me.
Because God does bless.
Yeah.
You can't tell me he's not the power of blessings.
Yes.
And he is the power of blessings. But what kind of blessings?
And he's the power of lessons too. He's the power of lessons. He's the power of teaching. Teaching us about what's inside of us. And he's letting us know all these wars and these askings are amiss because we want to consume it upon our lust. And all that means is when we're consuming things upon our lust, our priorities change. Our focus changes. And when our priorities change, we disconnect ourselves from the Most High's will. And so what the Most High tries to do is to not put you in a situation because he loves you, to not put you in a situation to overwhelm you or overload you, or to take away the things that's supposed to keep you priority. So either he's not going to give it to you, or he's going to take away based upon what might be too much for you.
Can I ask this question? This is a real question. So,
all these questions are real. All these statements are real.
I'm not asking a real question. I'm asking a real question. So is it safe to say, okay, the Most High, it's like a person who builds a car or a house. They know how much this frame can handle. You know those engineers? Yeah. They're like, man, this house cannot handle you putting this load. I want to cut this wall out. This roof's for the collapse.
It's a load-bearing wall, yeah.
Because sometimes that's the game. Like, I'll be in my house, I'll be like, man, if I cut this wall out, I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. So I'm like,
then why are you talking? I'm gonna cut this out.
I say if I cut this wall out, would the house come? I don't know, because it's an older house.
That's why you pay the white man for it.
I said, if I cut this wall right here by the garage, then I have more space. And I said, look, I have this vision of maybe I'll be sleeping, the roof will come in on me. I did some shit I should have did.
Now you're right for that.
I'm right for that. But the issue is, in our life, in our spiritual house, we have the same mentality. Yeah. We want to modify things in our life, but not necessarily can this modification I have in my life
sustain? Can I sustain
the pressure that comes?
Can I sustain this level of pressure and do my job for God?
And we all say
or can I sustain all these things and make sure the Most High remains a priority?
But that's we say. What I'm trying to say in the root is we don't have the true assessment of ourselves. We don't really know how much who we really are.
Because like James 4:3 said, we ask amiss. Yeah. Amiss. We're not asking the right question. When men get multiple ribs and women try to get husbands and men try to get wives, they don't counsel. Mm-hmm. They don't sit back here. We're not talking about
realism.
What I need to focus on with my spirit to get me to the next level. I rarely get counsels from brothers and sisters that come to me and say, hey, what do I got to work on in my spirit if I want this blessing?
What?
People don't ask that question.
That's the magic question. We never hear that.
People don't ask that question. What do I got to work on me in order for the Most High to say, hey, now because you fixed that, the Most High, I am in position to earn a blessing.
It justifies.
It justifies the blessing. People don't say that. People want ribs because they're burning. Women want husbands because they're burning. People want blessings because they just want a blessing. Well, they don't take the time to find out what I have to give to the Father to be in a position to gain a longer lasting blessing. blessing. And this is the problem. So let's get.
It doesn't come with realism and facts.
Yeah.
About
well, because
themselves.
they don't want to hear. They don't want to figure out what's the real work that got to be done to get blessed. Because people think blessing just comes from your wit and your ability and your game and your communication or how handsome or cute you are, and that's all you need. Or some spirit and charisma. Spirit and charisma will give you nothing but what spirit and charisma give you? Child support. That's what spirit and charisma give you. Am I right or wrong? You better be more than that.
You get a temporary blessing with a long-term contract.
That's why I said child support.
Yeah.
So let this go and go back to 2 Maccabees 9 and do verse 5.
Time. 2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 5. But the Lord Almighty, the power of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague.
So what the Most High did is, in order to break Antiochus' pride, he gave him a problem that was impossible to fix.
Yep.
This is how the Most High gives us our attention. He gets our attention the same way.
Yeah.
He gives us an impossible problem that we can't maneuver out of.
No matter what
That we have to sit back and wait for the Most High to deliver me from.
no matter what I do, no matter what I do, how many times I pray, because we
It is an
Secret.
unfixable situation
Time.
that can only be worked on and fixed when the Most High opens the door and opens an opportunity.
He wants to do it.
This is how he breaks our flesh. I hope Israel is listening to this. He breaks our flesh by putting us in a position where we have no control over what's next and what we can do next. With Antiochus, he broke him by having an incurable and invisible disease. There was nothing he can do about this but sit, wait, reflect, and be in pain. This is what the Most High does with us. He puts us in situations where all we can do is sit, reflect, hurt, and wait and hope for the Most High to let off of the pain and the suffering.
Right.
That's all you can do. And this is what he's doing with Antiochus. And this is what he does with us, because our lust and our desires have taken hold of us. And the only thing to wake us out of this desire to push for the flesh is he got to hit us in the flesh and make us think.
Yeah.
So, let's continue.
Alright. 2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 5. But the Lord Almighty, the power of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague. For as soon as he had spoken these words, a pain of the bowels that was
A pain remediless
came upon him, and sore torments of the inner parts.
So he was in extreme pain internally, and there was no solution to it.
Okay.
You can give him some teas and some different healing things. Nothing was working.
Because though, that's why I had class the other day about the same point. Is where the Most High stings you is partially what He wants you to focus on.
Done.
Because
What do you want? Well, yeah. I'm sorry.
if I sting your inner parts, it's because there's something wrong with your inner parts.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If I sting your forehead, there's something wrong with your mind. If I sting your mouth, there's something wrong with how you talk.
Mm-hmm.
If I sting your feet, it's because there's something wrong with your stability.
Mm-hmm.
Most High is trying to give people hints, but we don't get it because, we kind of don't want to think about that because you got to admit you're wrong.
No, it forces you to think about it.
It forces you to.
Because when you get those kind of sicknesses, you have to ask yourself, what have I done to deserve this?
Yeah.
That's where the conscience come in at.
Yeah.
The conscience will strike you and say, what did I do to have this happen to me? What did I eat? What have I been doing? What have I been drinking? It's going to make you think about yourself.
I have a spiritual catalog,
Yep.
a spiritual Rolodex of all my past actions.
Yep.
And I think this is what every man has to go to when I hit this
Every
wall.
man and woman.
God, every man
What
and
is the
woman.
Most High teaching me I'm lacking? And if he's taking a certain thing from me, then why would he take a certain thing from me? Or why would he not give me this certain thing that I want?
And can I say this?
What is it about my spirit that he does not approve of that keeps me from these things I want?
And can I say this? And what that shows, and what that not saying not that means, but what that shows is, hey, this is why you're not at peace. When people in the truth say it with their affect, not with their mouth sometimes, but sometimes with their mouth, but most of the time with their affect, that I'm not at peace in the truth, this is why. This formula is why. I don't know what the Most High is trying to show me, but I'm fighting for what I want and not getting it. Therefore, I'm not at peace. But if you want to find peace, you gotta go the same formula. Then I have to ask myself, what is the Most High trying to show me? And what do I have to give him? And then you will find peace. If you don't give him what he wants, and you don't know what he wants, you're not going to have peace. So if you want peace, find out what he wants, and get what he asks for.
Yep.
He's giving us the answer.
He does. You can get Ecclesiastes 31:20 in the Apocrypha, because there's a point of where the problem is coming from with Antiochus. Read that, Ecclesiastes 31:20.
Right. Ecclesiastes chapter 31 and verse 20. Sound sleep cometh of moderate eating.
It says sound sleep cometh to what?
Moderate eating.
So if I have moderation in my diet, and I don't eat heavy, I don't eat in surplus,
Right.
I don't eat in large quantities, I don't eat a concoction of foods that don't go together. But if I eat moderately, on a moderate scale, he said the sleep will be good. Now I have no insomnia. Now I have any restless leg syndrome, all kind of apneas and disorders. Read on.
Right. It says, sound sleep cometh of moderate eating. He riseth early.
They say I could rise up early in the morning and not sluggish. Read.
And his wits are with him.
And the wits is your ability to think, your thinking intellect, your ability to think, or intellectual power is with you. Read.
But the pain of watching.
It says, but the pain of what?
Watching.
If I'm worrying all day, if I'm stressing, watching is stressing and worrying. I'm stressed all the time. I'm stressed out all the time. What else?
And choler.
Choler is when your stomach is upset. You got too much bile in your stomach. You got too much either black bile in your stomach or yellow bile production, or your liver's producing too much excrement. And so you got too much bile in your stomach, and then now you got your internal organs are suffering. Read, where does that come from?
And pangs of the belly.
And now I got all kind of pains of the belly. What did the Most High hit Antiochus in? He hit him in the belly. But why the belly of all places? Why did he hit him in the stomach? Because it represents something. He said, but these pains of the belly, read on,
are with an unsatiable man.
because this man is unsatiable. So that's why the Most High had to target that belly of Antiochus, because that's where his sickness is at. Because the real sickness in this man is nothing's ever enough for you.
Yeah.
You're never content. You're always trying to take, rob, take, and rob. You're insatiable. You're never satisfied. So you got the power cord. It's about to die. So he says, but these things are with who? Correct?
Read.
Correct. It says, are with an unsatiable man.
An unsatiable man is a man that can never be satisfied. So because he can never be satisfied, how does he eat his food?
Like an insatiable man.
Like an insatiable man. But his character is also being identified through his unsatiableness, through his inability to be satiated. I can never be satisfied. His sickness is an indicator of his character. And that's why the Most High hit, if you look at why the Most High hit a man that way in the stomach, because it's really where the mental sickness is.
Yeah.
You can never be satisfied, you can never be happy, it's never good enough. You always want more. So he says, that this sickness specifically is with what?
An unsatiable man.
He says is with an unsatiable man. I want you to read this right here. It says, verse 17.
Verse 17. Leave off first for manners' sake.
And it shows you an unsatiable man has no what?
Manners.
He ain't got no manners, bro. He ain't got no respect. An unsatiable man has no respect. He ain't got no respect for himself. He has no respect for the food. He has no respect for, his health. He ain't got no manners. Manners are respect. Read on.
It says, and be not unsatiable.
And be not what?
And be not unsatiable.
But if you have manners, if you have respect, you won't be what?
Unsatiable.
So also it shows you that Antiochus lacks what? Respect. He lacks manners.
Yeah.
Read.
Lest thou offend.
And if you have no manners, and you have no ability to be moderate in your passions, then you declare yourself being unsatiable. And then it's only a matter of time before you what?
Offend.
So your nature is how you eat your food too.
Yeah.
The scripture
It's
says
like how you eat also is a reflection of your personality.
it is. It is. Verse 16 says that.
Verse 16. Eat as it becometh a man.
So it's not you are what you eat. You are how you eat.
Yeah.
If you binge eat, what does that say about you as a person?
You're extreme.
You're extreme. You have no boundaries.
Mm-hmm. You're not consistent.
You're not consistent.
You're not the same person every day.
If you gorge in your food, what does that say about you as a man? It's not you are what you eat. It's you are how you eat. But it says something about you. It says there's an indication about you and how you indulge.
That's bipolar tendencies.
Yeah.
What I mean by bipolar tendency doesn't mean the person's crazy. It just means that I am extreme high. I go through these extreme highs and these extreme lows.
Yep.
When I'm on my extreme lows, I'm sitting back here and gorging. When I feel good, I can control myself. What it says, based off how you feel, determines how good or how bad you eat.
Yep.
There's a bipolarness to that. When I'm low, I don't give a shit. I'm just going to eat whatever the hell I want to eat. When I'm up, I can say no. But that's the same thing. That means when I'm low, I don't know. I don't obey the Most High the same. When I'm up, I can respect the Most High.
Oh, I don't care at this point. I get in times where I don't care.
Thing. When I'm down, I won't respect my husband. I won't respect the brothers. When I'm up, I'll respect my husband. I'll respect the brothers.
That's a hard scenario to deal with.
That's the truth. But in this one, I'm also like, if I got a person who has these levels of extremes, why would I reward an insatiable person with more blessings when that person is going to disrespect and not appreciate these blessings when they're down?
They'll throw it in the trash.
They'll throw it in the trash. And listen, there's going to be a class, and I'm going to go into on. I got to put insatiable in that topic too.
Yeah, it's a must.
It's a must. But maybe in 2 weeks we'll go into a class about unthankfulness, and we're gonna work on that. That'll be soon. That'll be next Monday, not this one. But everything you're saying is, but that insatiable angle was, and that's why the most I hit him. This is why the most I hit Antiochus in the stomach. He is insatiable in all ways. When he's down, when he's angry, he has to destroy. When he's down, when he feels embarrassed and shame, I got to destroy everything around him. When I'm up, I'll give you deals. When I'm down, I'm going to destroy you. That's a sickness of the heart, a sickness of the stomach. I'm insatiable.
But that spirit goes into every house. He's that way with the government and the land and the people. Yeah. But imagine that same spirit in the interior person that rules a house.
Yeah.
That's a scary place to be. Because now you got to go 16, 18 years under the authority of a person that doesn't make any rational sense or spiritual or biblical sense. They're just subject to whims. And based off the whim, they're going to talk to you. And their language is going to be based off of how they feel. Not the reality of what's going on. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking based off the reality of what's going on in the scenario. I'm talking to you based off of... I'm talking to you based off of my personal lens. That's why I'm talking down to you today. You didn't do anything to really talk down about that. I just don't feel good.
Mhm.
So let me talk down to you 70% of the time, and then 30% of the time I'll lift you up.
You go with those percentages.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
I get your point.
But often I talk down because I feel down. When I talk up, because I feel up. But people don't know how to adapt. People don't know how to adapt to you because they don't know when you feel up and feel down.
Yep.
So
And when you're that emotionally high-strung,
yeah.
how do you expect to be able to counsel people that are relying on you? Can't do it.
Well, and that shows a misalignment of temperament,
Yeah.
a temperament, and that definition of temperament is medium, a due mixture of different qualities. That means I have an appropriate balance of qualities.
Wow.
I'm not too high and extreme, and I'm not too low and melancholy. I know how to. I'm evenly balanced, or I'm evenly killed. I'm not my temperament. When a person has the correct temperament, they're balanced in their passions. They're balanced in their feelings. They're balanced in their anger. They're not never too angry. I'm not never so angry where I'm just going to go on a rampage, or I'm not never too uncaring where I'm just going to destroy myself. I know it's like you're mixing a formula, a ratio, like it's a proper ratio of feelings. Their feelings have an appropriate ratio to them. I'm not too angry, too hostile, too hot-minded, or easily triggered, or I just fly off the rail at any time, or I'm just so cool, laid back that I don't give a shit about nothing. Whatever you do,
Let
you
it all
do.
fall.
Yeah, let it fall. Yeah, let it fall to the ground. Who gives a damn? Let it go. Or I just quit everything.
Yeah.
But that's an uneven mixture.
Balance.
It's an uneven ratio. But your passions have to be balanced in ratio too.
Wow.
Your feelings and emotions have to be evenly distributed. But if not, hey, then it's only you become an offender.
Yep.
If not, it's only a matter of time before you offend individuals, or you offend the people around you, or you become an offense to yourself.
Yep.
So let's get you saluted in, Powell.
Bahawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shar, Banya Sha'ala.
Vawai Maka, Shoshamata, Balashar, Bayashal, Amajik, Rock, Yahweh Hashem Yasharagata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Thumb.
Alright, that's my toe.
Shalom. Oh. It's good to know
Okay.
this information.
Listen, it's imperative because a lot of us walk through life not understanding why. And then we just keep making the mistakes over and over and over again. Then we end up having a major resentment towards the Heavenly Father about why our conditions never change.
Because the truth didn't work. I came for the truth.
And the truth wasn't here.
The truth wasn't there.
And a lot of us blame the truth. We blame the teachers. We blame everything instead of realizing we're not asking the right questions. That's the first thing. We're asking amiss. We're not asking the right questions. We're not asking our teachers. We're not studying to try to figure out what do I have to change in myself to earn a blessing.
A righteous
To earn-
master is the answer.
Exactly. So let's continue in Josephus. Not Josephus. No, I'm done with James. We can go back to 2 Maccabees 9. 2 Maccabees 9 in verse 5 again.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 5. But the Lord Almighty, the power of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague. For as soon as he had spoken these words, a pain of the bowels that was remediless came upon him, and sore torments of the inner parts. And that most justly, for he had tormented other men's bowels with many and strange torments.
Mm-hmm.
Howbeit, he nothing at all ceased from his bragging.
And the funny thing is, he still had pride.
Yeah.
He still had pride because in the back of his mind, he thought this will sooner or later be fixed and he could recover and get back on his feet. Read on.
but still was filled with pride, breathing out fire in his rage against the Jews, and commanding to haste the journey. But it came to pass that he fell
Hold on,
down.
he says, listen, he kept saying, I don't give a damn how sick I am, I'm still killing them. They still gonna be dead. So he's sitting here farting and smelling like horror, smelling like the worst ever. He's sick as hell on this chariot. And he kept talking negative until he got to the point where he just passed out and fell off the chariot. And don't forget, he told his chariot men to go what? Fast. So you're going, I don't know how fast horses ride in full gallop, but they're in full gallop with this chariot buggy he's riding in, sick, and he falls out of that buggy. So every plan he had to accomplish what he wanted to do, he just kept backfiring. Maybe if he had his chariots go slow or regular, he wouldn't have fell out of the damn chariot so violently. Now he's sick, he falls out the chariot violently, and now he has major bruises and probably broken bones, on top of the fact, and a concussion, probably, on top of the fact that he's sick as hell with this incurable disease.
This is a bad scenario anyway. To fall off a beast like that is a bad scenario.
Yeah.
It's a bad omen.
Yeah. Let's continue.
But it came to pass that he fell down from his chariot, carried violently, so that having a sore fall, all the members of his body were much pained.
That means he had broken bones, bruises. His whole body was.
It's embarrassing.
You ever see like those little shows where like you have a body cast out, and you sit like this, your whole body's trapped up in the cast out. I'm not saying that's what was happening to him, but his whole body was on fire.
It was some blood out.
It was
some
blood and
out.
broken
It's
bones.
like Jackass. Like you see Jackass when they have bad things don't work out. They really getting injured out.
Hell yeah, they're getting injured. When they're sitting back here like they're racing in shopping carts out.
Yeah.
And they're doing like shopping cart joust out, and they're going full bore.
Crashing the walls.
Or they're sitting back here and crashing the sticker doors out, and their whole body's messed up.
They did the grocery basket off the roof too one time.
Oh my God.
Jackass. And they really be getting hurt out. Really
Hell yeah, they be getting hurt.
But they get attention though. They get attention they want, but they're into their bodies, but through their stupidity.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
His pride. You see, he still wasn't listening. So what is he saying? When the Most High is trying to tell you to stop, recollect your thinking, he starts hitting your flesh. And if you're still not listening, he intensifies your pain. He continues to intensify your pain until you get the message. This is the lesson, huh?
He talks to a beast the way a beast will understand.
He just ramps the pain. He's ramping the pain up. Listen, he wasn't listening when he had an incurable plague. Now you're gonna really start to listen. When he's breaking bones and his bruised everywhere. Now, what are the gods telling me?
Yeah.
Now he wants
gods
to think.
are upset.
Exactly. But this is how we think. He has to keep ramping and taking away, hurting the flesh, stinging the flesh, making our life miserable before we just stop and think, what is the Lord teaching me?
It's a good lesson, bro.
Let's continue.
This by itself, I'm not going to stop.
The irony of it is he fell on the road to vengeance.
Yeah.
That's very ironic.
Very ironic. Out of all the times he's actually operated out in full speed out. Let's say this is the first time going full gallop out.
Well, he's going full gallop, but you're sick. Anyway, let's continue.
So that having a sore fall, all the members of his body were much pained.
That means his entire body was on fire, right? That means from head to toe, from rooter to tutor, your body is on fire, right? Let's keep going.
And thus he...
So we're at 2 Maccabees 9 and 8. Read that.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 8. And thus he, that a little afore thought he might command the waves of the sea, so proud was he beyond the condition of man, and weigh the high mountains in a balance.
So what he's saying is he could do whatever he can and he wants in his power and accomplish it. Read on.
Was now cast on the ground and carried in a horse litter.
So now his body is broken and beaten down, and he's in pain in every orifice in his body. He's sick. He has an incurable disease, and now he has to sit back here and sit in the horse litter.
He's at a lower state.
Listen, you're
What's the horse litter?
But why are you in a horse? The horse litter is no different than kitty litter. Well, what's kitty litter for? Why is kitty litter a thing? Because the cat has to poop in the litter, and the litter is supposed to do what? Absorb the stink, absorb the urine, and absorb the poop smell.
Yeah.
It gives the cat obviously a place to poop in the house, but it absorbs the smells. So they put Antiochus in this horse litter in hopes that it would absorb how bad he smells. And it would kind of mask the smell that's emanating off him with his body. You start having a bowel disease. Listen, the closest I can explain to Antiochus Epiphanes was this move we had. Remember that move we had?
I'll never forget.
We would sit back and we moved this guy and his mother, and this guy's skin smelled like death. I'm not even lying to you. He was rotted. His skin was rotted, and we got the hell out of there as fast as we could because I was ready to throw up in my mouth.
I'll tell you how bad it was.
Every time we walked into the room,
I pulled rank on this one. I pulled rank out. I pulled rank. I said I'm gonna be in the front door.
Because we were doing the training to the
because when you're humble, you're supposed to go inside.
Yeah.
Right.
So listen, you pull. I went inside.
I know. I had to pull rank on this one.
He was like, young man,
listen,
take this in. This is
pulled,
your job.
I used to do that.
You pulled your general badge.
I'm the general. General card.
General badge.
I never pull it out. I pulled it out. I said, hey, go ahead.
You gotta be a sitting bull. You take that there.
Listen.
You lift this here.
Yeah.
Grab this there.
I started
there. That away. You go in and make a left, and then make another left. Like,
well, I started imagining.
Here,
I started imagining it smell like following me. I started thinking, like, what's it supposed to come off? I started getting like, what's it supposed to leave me? I started thinking that because sometimes you're around people that stink, and then the stink comes with you.
That wasn't stink. That was death.
I know, but I also say,
and the thing is, you walk and you don't realize it. You just keep walking, and what's crazy is because the room wasn't complete. He was just in the living room, man.
Yeah.
He was just sitting here like breathing heavy, body on fire, and he had like these scabs on his leg, bro.
I didn't see none of that.
I think you was out in the back, being chieftain guy.
I had to be the chief. I got my feathers on. Like
30 feathers. He was like this.
Yeah.
Oh. He's like, I'm gagged you to death. I am a mixture. Listen,
it was bad.
I was walking in there. I was like, "This is hell on earth right here." It's just the smell. Like I don't know how his mother was able to handle that smell. The smell was
love.
It was death, and I can only imagine that smell times 10 with Antiochus Epiphanes. Because that was just on his outer skin. It was bad. The whole room smelled like it. The room smelled like you want to throw up.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was called. It was sepsis. I don't know what the hell that was. It was bad. What am I trying to say? All I'm trying to say is this is why he was in horse litter. Try to absorb that smell. And obviously, if he's at that point, he must have stuff coming out of his skin. There was pus and all kind of crap coming out of his body. And they had to mask that smell so the men don't get demoralized.
Yeah.
So let's continue.
8 again?
Yeah.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 8. And thus he that a little afore thought he might command the waves of the sea, so proud was he beyond the condition of man, and weigh the high mountain in a balance, was now cast on the ground, and carried in a horse litter, showing forth unto all the manifest power of the Most High.
What is this also saying? Showing unto all the manifest power of the Most High.
What's that saying?
Think about this. You ever try to sit back here and get what you want and keep pushing and it just don't work out? The Most High is like, listen, man. There's times when we try to push for things, He's gonna keep closing doors until you give in. We think we can keep pushing and pushing and getting our way to fight our way. And he's like, no, I'm not going to let you get your way. I'm going to keep hammering you until you give in. He keeps hammering Antiochus until he gives in. I'm going to keep breaking this guy on this long-ass journey to Babylon. Your body is breaking down day by day, hour by hour. And if you want to keep pushing this direction, I'm going to keep breaking you this direction. I'm going to keep making life harder and harder and harder on you. Regardless of what you try to do and how you try to weasel your way around my will, you're going to do what I want or I'm going to break you. You're not going to get what you want. And this is how he shows his power.
Well, you know, extreme measures are made for extreme people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's real.
God. And this gives you an answer as to why your life may or may not be extreme. Most High has to respond to you in an extreme way to humble you and to get you to listen. If you're not open to listening, he's going to be extreme with you.
Yeah, open your ears some kind of way.
That's the point. So if your life is always this crazy extreme life, maybe it's because you are an extreme individual, and the only way to get your attention is from extreme reactions or extreme resistance from the Father.
And that explains the whole why did they get stoned like this? But
Yes.
how come they? Because everybody gets mad about this one. Everybody talk about it. Yeah, I don't see why. We did the same thing. You got something a little bit. I got something a whole lot. Well, how about?
This person just needs a tap on the wrist. You need to get punched in the stomach.
Yeah.
You need to get thrown against the wall.
Yeah.
Then you listen. This person needs a slap on the wrist and they respond. What kind of person are you? Let's continue.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 9. So that the worms rose up out of the body of this wicked
And
man.
this is what's even the worst. Worms is coming out of his body while he is living. This is the most humiliating thing a person can go through. This is I'm not saying it's the exact same thing, but I think it was Henry VIII had a similar way of he died. And online they said Napoleon died a similar way too. All these big figures and these figures that did so much damage to people, the Most High has them die in very humbling, excruciating ways. They said with Henry VIII, you can smell him coming into the room. You can smell him coming. You didn't hear him, you smelled him. Wherever he went, you can smell the stench that followed him out. And listen, look into Henry VIII's death, what leading up to his death. They said he had pus, maggots, and worms coming out of his legs. He was bad. Henry VIII was gross. He was they said when he was young, well not young, as he got to his middle age, he got hurt on a horsing accident, and he wasn't very mobile after that. But he kept eating and eating and eating, and he wasn't mobile. And at the point he got sick, and he had pus come out of his body, and he was stinking. It was bad at the end for his life. But Henry VIII was a negative guy. So was Napoleon. He said he died sickly and he went down bad. So this is how the Most High sometimes breaks people that aren't obedient.
She had a hand up.
Who had a hand up? Oh, yes, yes. Well, it was that. It was that too. It was that too. But they said he was grossly overweight, and he ate a lot of food. It was all of it. It was all of it together and combined, and got him real sick. And he was unbearable to be around. People couldn't be around him. Man. And exactly, he had a festering wound from a boar hunt. So he had an open wound that was just gross. But he didn't go fast. He died slow. It was a slow, agonizing death. And I didn't get a chance to even finish this thing about Napoleon, but they said he went down bad too. But this is how the Most High breaks pride. So let's continue.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 9. So that the worms rose out of the body of this wicked man. And whilst he lived in sorrow and pain, his flesh fell away. And the filthiness of his smell was noisome to all his army.
Listen, it says his flesh fell away. I mean, that skin that skin starts to open up. You start seeing those wounds. And the more he got sick, his wounds started being evident. And he said, how can a wound be noisome? How can a wound be noisome to the army?
No different. No different than cologne could be loud.
That's my point. It's loud. It got the whole army's attention. It was that bad. There's a smell affected the entire military, and they're embarking. They were like, let me get in front of this guy, so I don't gotta deal with this guy's smell downwind. Because if you're behind, you gonna catch all the smell out. You gonna catch all the smell downwind out. This is hell on earth. You going from Babylon to Jerusalem, out smelling all day long out. But once again, this was an embarrassment. The Most High did this to break him, to get his attention, and to embarrass him. We're going to go on this in a little bit, but the Most High understands. Well, let's read the verse we're going to. That verse 9? Okay. So his smell was noisome to the army. Let's go to Proverbs 11 and 2.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 2. When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
He says when pride comes, then shame has to come. You know, let's look at the definition of shame real quick. He says shame has to come as soon as the Most High shows or sees pride in you. Then he has to bring shame right behind it to neutralize it. But the problem is, this is the problem. Shame lasts for a long time. Let's get what shame, the definition of shame. I'll read it. You got it. It says a painful sensation. That one?
Yeah, read the definition of shame?
Yes.
Yes. A painful sensation excited by a consciousness of guilt or of having done something which injures reputation.
So what the Most High is saying is, listen, if you're going to have pride against the Most High, and he's going to sit back here and injure your reputation. You know how many times I've heard people say, I don't want Israel to look at me like I'm messed up.
Yeah.
I hate how Israel's going to judge me. But the fact is that this is how the Most High breaks you. That ugly feeling that you have when you make a mistake and then you think somebody's judging you because of the mistake that you made, that's how the Most High neutralizes you. How else can he break your pride but to have you in an environment that makes you feel ugly because of what you did? That's scary. He said, this is how the Most High breaks pride in you. He breaks pride in you by putting you in situations to where your reputation is injured. And now you got to walk around life amongst the body with a reputation of being a certain way. And you got to live with that ugly reputation. You know how many times I've heard brothers and sisters complain about having a reputation that they created on their own as a stigma that hangs over their head? The question is, who put that stigma? Who allowed that stigma to stick to you? The Most High allowed that stigma to stick with you because of your what? It was a reminder of your what?
Arrogance.
Of your pride and your arrogance. So how the Most High neutralizes your pride is that he allows a reputation to follow you. But who wants to live with a reputation hanging over your head?
Most people don't. They skip town. They skip camps, churches. Skip relationships.
This shame thing is a scary thing, and I don't think we talk about it a lot. But the Most High, this is how the Most High checks us. What else is going to check you from your pride but to be a fear of having your reputation tarnished? And having that reminder that you're this guy that rolls this way, this is why people look at you this way. It takes a long time to change your reputation doesn't.
Yeah.
It takes time. You got to put time of
10,
good,
15 years.
extended period of time of good works for that shame to leave. But the shame is there in the first place because of the pride. And that's how the Most High neutralizes your pride. He neutralizes your pride by having people really see you for what you are.
And
That's how he neutralizes pride on earth.
And
Everybody knows what you is.
And Esau keep account of it. And then when you try to go get an apartment, they say, "Man, you got broken leases."
They do this. They do this.
Yeah.
There's some instability
Yeah.
you had going on 2 years
You
ago.
don't really pay your rent.
You're erratic. You're erratic. I can't trust you.
Yeah. We don't want to take the risk.
I don't really like your work history. I don't really like this.
So you got domestic violence on you.
this?
You got domestic violence on you, right?
You made a mistake in 2012. Is this really you? Is this you?
Yeah.
Is you the same person? No, I'm a new man. I'm a new man.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Sure. It's not what the paper says.
I was 18.
We understand that. Listen, we understand that. This is why people that have like assaults and rob beanies, breaking entries, it's hard to trust that guy. Right? You sit back, you see that cat with a beanie, or you this. Shalom, bro. How about you? Put the good china up. Put that good china up. Listen, hide it. I love the brotherhood, but
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
that's what I'm saying. Hide your kids, hide your wife. If a brother if a brother has history of adultery, you gonna have him hanging out with your rear?
Hell to the no.
That's my point. Oh, that was just one time. I made a mistake. Now, you can make that mistake over there.
He made mistakes.
I'll meet you at the barbecue, bro. You ain't come to my house. I'll meet you at the function. That's where the function is, at the temple.
Yeah.
The function is at the temple.
At the
The
temple.
function is at my house, my D. You ain't coming to the house. Listen, the camp congregates here.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna do it here.
Yeah.
Listen, and you know what? Reputation. This is how the Most High breaks us. He breaks our pride, by attacking and putting chinks into our image.
Because the image is the real answer.
This is how he attacks. He attacks us
Yeah.
by he breaks our pride by attacking the image.
'Cause your
Let's go
image
back
is-
into shame
People
again.
live. They pull the image card and everything they do. Image, my image. Don't see me, see my image.
That's the point. But this is how the Most High breaks the pride in us.
Yeah.
By bringing shame to us.
Yeah.
What's shame again? Give me the definition of shame again.
Shame. It's a painful sensation excited by a consciousness of guilt or of having done something which injures reputation.
A lot of times the Most High sits back here and allows a flaw in us to be revealed and be exposed. And when our reputation is injured, that's how the Most High shames us.
Mm-hmm.
But he shames us because your reputation is injured based off your pride. You didn't want to listen. What other way were you going to listen?
It's not going to happen.
What other way were you going to listen unless he embarrasses you? Unless he stains your reputation, how else were you going to learn from your mistake? Because the people that end up getting shamed, the people who end up having their reputations injured, are also people that didn't listen to counsel. They don't listen to counsel. They didn't listen to advice. So because they didn't listen to advice and counsel, you're going to keep doing the things you do and then eventually get injured by your reputation. Read on.
Or by of that which nature or modesty prompts
So it
us.
says, or by the exposure of that which nature or modesty prompts us to conceal. So what he's saying is, with the Most High ends up bringing up your dirt. Bringing up dirt that you really don't want to be exposed. And this is how he shames us, because of our pride. And the problem is, it don't matter. Listen, the Most High has to sit back here and take that shame off of you. But you can sit back here and do good for a period of time. You're going to still feel that presence of people looking at you the negative way. But just know, it's not people's fault. People sit back here and say, yeah, I don't feel uncomfortable. I feel like I'm being judged. I feel like I'm being shamed. Is it the people's fault, or is the Most High allowed it to happen? That's a real question. where is the shame coming from? The evilness of people, or is the shame coming from the Most High opens this door up and allows this shame to hover over you as to be a reminder of your rebelliousness, in hopes that shame being in your life, hopefully you'll sit back and be conscious of it and work on changing yourself from there on out. But I've come across a lot of Israelites that deal with shame. But the shame is self-imposed. They made their own decisions to put them into this messed up situation. Shame is particularly excited by the disclosure of actions which in the view of men are mean, meaning low and degrading. So the Most High breaks pride by bringing out your dirt. He breaks pride by bringing out your weaknesses. And this is how he humbles us and he teaches us. Because what else is going to get us to sit back here and listen? Unfortunately, a lot of times when Israel gets shamed, they don't want to come back no more. And they never take the lesson. That's how you know a person ain't really about change.
Yeah.
They end up leaving and backing away because they don't want to feel the shame necessary for redemption. Think about this. What is Most High showing us? Either you take the time to look at your actions on your own and be ashamed of your actions in front of the Most High, or you operate without taking account to your negativity, and then the Most High has to shame you in front of everybody. So either you're going to be shame-faced, because a shame-faced person is ashamed for their conduct in regards to them and the Most High. Either you're going to be shame-faced between you and the Most High, or he's going to shame you in front of everybody.
But you're going to be humble.
You're going to be shamed one way or the other. Either you're going to be shamed because you know you messed up and you want to make things right with the Father, and that way he conceals it between you and him and a handful of counselors. Or you're going to sit back here and be shamed, and the Most High will allow you to be shamed because of your pride, and the whole world will know your weakness. What path do you want to choose? So like, either you're going to come to me and be humble, or I'm going to embarrass you in front of the whole world. And everybody's going to know what not to do from looking at you. What choice do we want to take in our life? That's a real one. Let's continue.
The definition.
That's all the definition I want. I just want that first one. Let's go back to Proverbs 11 and 2.
Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 2. When pride cometh, then cometh shame. But with the lowly is wisdom.
With the lowly is wisdom, because the lowly person is shame-faced. A shame-faced person already acknowledges their issues with the Most High, and now the Most High can teach them. If you don't want to be taught by the Most High, the world's going to teach you. The world's going to see your flaw, and the world's judgment is going to teach you.
Until their own wickedness shall correct them.
That's the point. And it means the world's judgment is going to make you feel crunchy. He's like this. When the Most High's like, either you're going to listen to me while I'm and be afraid of your actions to me, or I'm going to make you be afraid of everybody else looking at you like you're the bad guy. How do you think Antiochus felt stinking like hell out? Talking all, don't forget, he called himself a god.
Yep.
Now you're sitting back here and you're in the animal litter, and the military men can't even come close to you. They don't even want to see you. Because you're bringing everybody's morale down. Who wants to fight for a guy that's about to die?
Yep.
Who wants to fight for him?
What is the nickname they gave him? Instead of Antiochus, Epiphanes?
It was
Epiphanes?
Epiphanes. Yeah, it was Madman.
Yeah, Madman versus God Manifest.
Yes, exactly.
He was
This
the one
madman
that
is sitting back here stinking and smelling like hell out, sick, incurable disease, bodies on fire, all kind of wraps and bandages and broken bones. This is a god? That's shame. Most High shamed him.
Getting carried in a horse.
In a poop litter, right?
Yeah.
Like this Most High broke him. Everybody saw his shame. Listen, who wants to sit back here and see you stink? wants to see you stinky and farty and gross.
Maneuvered up.
When you're sick and all maneuvered up, you at your house with your loved ones out. When you're in your vulnerable place, that's supposed to be with you and your family at home. The whole world sees you live, vulnerable, going crazy, looking sick. That's not a good thing. Does that make sense? So the Most High sits back here and knows how to break and embarrass everyone. So pretty much he's embarrassing Antiochus Epiphanes in front of all of his military. He keeps embarrassing him in wars. Now he's embarrassing him in front of his own men and his officers and captains. Let's continue.
Verse 3.
No, let that go, Salakia, and go to Job 8 and 22. Job 8 and 22.
Job chapter 8 and verse 22.
Like I said, I've heard brothers for years. I can't stand brothers to judge me. I'm not that same guy. I know I sinned a year ago, but brothers stop judging me for what I did a year ago. No, that's not. The Most High has that year ago stigma on you.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have that stigma for being a screw up, guess what you're gonna do? It's easier for you to screw up again. How about that? Without eyes being on you. Oh yeah, you have that. You have the tendency to do this. Are you gonna do this now?
Why you keep bringing this up?
Because you're
doing it again.
Because you have a tendency to do it.
Because you're watching you.
So now listen. You know what the Most High is doing? If you're not gonna be straight up with me, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of eyes on you. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of eyes on you, looking at you, because you ain't honest with yourself. So I'm gonna have everybody looking at you, judging you for being this guy.
Yeah.
And this is the Most High's judgment. That's the scary part. It's not men. You would think this is the Most High. This is men being messed up and petty, and men don't forgive. That's only part of it. It's really the Most High allows this process to happen. He allows that stigma to stay around you.
Mm-hmm. He's smart, man. Because
that's how he breaks mankind's pride.
He has to create a gate for a person that doesn't want to stay in the fence, like those goats. All goats want to do is break fences and be free, but then they want to socialize too. They come back.
There was a picture of a goat, a horse, and a cattle running down the street. Somebody in the comment section said 10 out of 10 that was a goat that got him out. The goat got him out, but he's got the horses and the cattle with him behind him.
Yeah. That's facts though.
Anyway, I know.
No, but I was driving down the street on the move truck with some brothers out, and I saw these goats got out the fence. They got out the fence like you get hit by cars. It's dangerous.
Goats want freedom.
There's coyotes out here.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. Read them.
So the Most High creates that fence. He creates a spiritual fence for you. That spiritual fence is different layers. It's the layer of shame.
Yeah, and you gonna have that shame to keep you in check, to keep you honest. That's what the shame is there for, to keep you honest. So if you got a reputation, the reputation is there to keep you on point. That reputation is your shame. So let that go and go to Job 8 and 22.
You're ready.
I'm ready.
Job chapter 8 and verse 22. They that hate thee shall be clothed with shame.
He says the individuals that hate serving the Most High will be clothed or surrounded with shame.
Come.
So just understand when these stigmas start coming out of you, nobody is pushing the stigma. The Most High is allowing the stigma to resonate with the people around you. This is the Most High's will. There's a lesson. There's a lesson there. The stigmas that you got are deserved. How about that? They're deserved until the Most High lifts it off the minds of the people. When does that happen? When you sit back towards Him. That when you sit back here and give the Most High good works, when people will stop talking about the past.
That makes a lot of sense.
But that shame.
They don't see because this conversation. We don't see the good idea. We don't see who I am. We don't recognize the good.
But my answer is the Most High is the one who got the shame on you. So He recognizes the good, and He still recognizes there's bad there. So if you keep getting people throwing things in your face, it's because he still sees the bad. He still sees the disrespect. So we're going to keep bringing that shame because somewhere down the line you've still shown the Most High that you still hate him. Because that's what Job 8:22, he says, they that hate thee shall be clothed with shame. Read on.
And the dwelling place of the wicked shall come to naught.
All we're saying is as long as you got a negative outlook towards Heavenly Father and you are unwilling to be shamefaced to Him, then He's going to send that shame to you in every walk of life until you start making the right changes and making Him the priority.
Mm-hmm.
Let that verse go and go to Proverbs. Let's go Psalms. Psalms 83. Psalms 83 and verse 17 and 18.
Psalm 83 and verse 17.
Now, let me get there real
Yes.
quick. Psalms 83 and verse 17. I'm almost there. Read that.
Psalm 83 and verse 17. Let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yea, let them be put to shame and perish.
So this is how the Most High does it. He will shame you first, then destroy you. This is what the Most High did with Antiochus. He's going to embarrass him, break the image of who he is in front of the entire world. Then he's going to kill him. This is how the Most High uses his wickedness as a lesson to teach the entire world to come back to him. We're going to read more about that in Romans. But he's like, listen, I'm going to sit back here. Think about this. He said, let them be confounded first. Because this is what happened with Antiochus first. He got confounded. He couldn't make clear decisions. This is why when Judah started getting many wars and winning many victories, he got confounded. And something in his mind told him to go all the way to Persia to gain more money. Remember what he did? He didn't have enough money in his accounts. So he only had enough money for a year's worth of fighting. So he was, the scripture literally said he was confounded. And something told him to go all the way to Persia to get money. So what the Most High does to the proud person, he confounds them with what? Bad ideas.
Yes.
This is what he does. He confounds you with bad ideas. Think about this. This is why when you're thinking negative, you have these irrational thoughts. I want to leave over here and start over. I'm going to go over here and get a new fresh start. You have extreme irrational thinking that confounds you. He says when he's dealing with a person that's proud, you are confounded with bad thoughts, bad plans, bad strategy. Once you're confounded with bad plans, bad strategy that you're not getting counsel with, then you follow those bad plans, you follow those confounded delusions you have in your mind. After you're confounded, then the trouble comes from the bad decisions that you made that led you to a different direction. And once you're troubled, then you're put to shame. Then your bad decisions are known for everybody to hear. All of what you're reading about Antiochus Epiphanes is world history now. It's world history. So his shame is spread all throughout the world for everybody to remember forever. Don't be like this guy. But it started off with having pride, not listening, being most likely confounding his mind, making bad decisions. Then it goes into trouble that comes after you make bad decisions. Then you are ashamed based off the decisions that you make not working out. And then when the Most High is done with you, he just does away with you. Now, because the Most High corrects us in measure, we're not going to die off of our dumb decisions, but the shames keep racking up. We just keep racking up embarrassing moments that make us look bad. And we keep making bad decisions to the fact that we can't even stand, we can't even come back to the body because we are too ashamed to deal with everybody else's eyes on, then people leave or they stop doing the work. You don't want to be that person. Stay humble, keep communicating, and if you have made mistakes, own that shame and know the Most High will remove how he will look at you once you've done enough work to please him. The scripture said a brother offended is harder to win in a city. How long does it take to win a city sometimes? Years.
A siege could take years.
Siege could take years. So if a siege can take years, it takes years to rebuild a reputation. So if you don't want to have to do damage control to repair your reputation, then stop having pride in the first place and listen when people tell you how to operate from the first place. And you won't have to deal with damage control for years. Does that make sense? So, that verse hits. Read verse 17 and 18. I want to make it up on the top. Yeah.
Psalms 83, verse 17. Let them be confounded and troubled forever.
So the confounding, the changing of your thinking, the changing of how you put things together happens first. Then the trouble comes from the bad decisions and the confounded thinking that you had in your mind. Read on.
Yea, let them be put to shame.
Then the shame comes after you've experienced the trouble based upon the confounded decisions and the confounded mind you had that put you in a bad spot in the first place. Now the whole world knows your shame, and eventually these people die. Read on.
And perish, that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Yahweh, art the Most High over all the earth.
So the Most High sits back here. This is the thing also. When we show the Most High that we don't want to listen to him and that we have pride, then the Most High has to use us as a lesson for the nation. And that is not a good feeling.
No.
Our pride ends up having to be a lesson for everybody else of what not to do. And this is why the shame is actually valuable.
It's important.
The shame is valuable so other people learn not to think like you. Because the problem is, the Most High looks at every single one of us in the body. And every one of us are looking at one another's methods to determine who's in the spirit and who's not in the spirit. So if he doesn't make you an example, somebody else is going to follow your pattern of bad behavior. So in order to spare the rest of the body, one person, the person that's not locking in, has to experience that shame so that everybody learns how not to follow your approach and to follow a better approach or the Most High's approach. This is why this shaming process is a necessary element amongst the bodies. Israel, I'm telling you, men, women, they always, I don't want to come around because feel like I'm going to be judged. Well, maybe you should be judged for not being in class for a year. Maybe you should feel ugly for not participating in the camp for X amount of years. Why does that bother you? You should have been here. So people are looking at you and they say, you should have been here. You should have never left. Well, you shouldn't have never left. Mm-hmm. Why is that such an offensive thing? The shame is, all I'm trying to say, I'm going to let it go. The shame is put in place as a reminder as to how far you disconnected from the Most High. And to warn other people to get your tail back in and do things the right way, or you're going to face the same experience. Let that go. Let's go back to 2 Maccabees 9 and let's get verse 10.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 10. And the man that thought a little afore he could reach to the stars of heaven, no man could endure to carry for his intolerable stink.
It says nobody could deal with this guy's stink, this guy's grossness. I didn't want to be around this king. He's not the Most High. Read on.
He therefore, being plagued, he began to leave off his great pride.
It took a lot to break his pride. Loss of wars, an incurable disease, falling off the horse, off the chariot, Now the stink is unbearable even to himself.
Most High has he stacks these problems until
He's
something breaks.
stacking shame. He's stacking shame. He's losing his military respect. All of his armies are falling apart. Think about this. Lysias and Nicanor and Gorgias are reflections of him. So if they're losing, Antiochus is losing. The king of the north is losing his reputation of being a top flight leader. Because rebels warriors are whipping the Greek Empire's ass. That's shameful as hell. You're losing wars. You're losing wars where you're the head. You're getting sick. All this negative is happening to you. You're looking bad. Now you have a sickness. And these people back in the day were very superstitious. When you had an incurable disease, they were like, the gods don't favor you. They were still on that tip.
Yep.
The gods are unhappy. And they might not say the Most High, but they're going to say the gods are unhappy.
Yep.
Zeus is unhappy with you.
Yep.
What did you do? You must have pissed off Zeus. Hades is not in favor with you. What's the name? Poseidon is unhappy.
Yeah.
With what you've done. Have you given Poseidon a gift? Princess Hera, have you given Hera an offering? Athena, you tell me they ain't told them all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
The gods. Listen, so they're shamed now. Listen, everybody's looking at you as the wicked Rudite. Once again, I'm just bringing it back to our situation. So let's continue.
2 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 11. Here therefore...
All I can say is this: if anybody wants a reason to stay on point and to work on your shamefacedness with the Heavenly Father, this is the greatest one. This is the greatest reason a person can have. Do you want all your personal issues on the front street for everybody to know? You want everybody in the camp to know your flaws, to know your weaknesses, to know things about you. It says, or by the exposure of that which nature or modesty prompts us to conceal. Do you want things that you want concealed, revealed to the whole world? If you don't want that, then you need to make sure you start working on your shamefacedness towards the Father and work on your issues amongst a small few group of counselors and yourself. Or eventually, the things you don't fix is going to be exposed for everybody to see about you. And that will be an aspect of your shame. And nobody likes that feeling for your issues, for everybody to see you in your most weakest state. Nobody wants that. So now, Antiochus is sitting back here and is down. He's starting to realize it's his fault. Let's continue.
2 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 11. He therefore, being plagued, he began to leave off his great pride, and to come to the knowledge of himself by the scourge of the Most High, his pains increasing every moment. And when he himself
Hey, stop right there. He said he did what?
He says, and to come to the knowledge of himself.
And that's what the purpose of the shame is for.
Yep.
The shame is so that you can see where you're wrong at. Get Proverbs 14 and 10 real quick. Proverbs chapter 14 verse 10. The shame is so that it has a purpose. Because otherwise you wouldn't really know yourself. You really would. If it wasn't for shame, you wouldn't really know where you're wrong at.
Yeah.
Read that.
Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 10. The heart knoweth his own bitterness.
It says the heart knows what?
His own bitterness.
Yeah, the heart knows its own bitterness. But you got to stoke the fire up a little bit. You got to kindle the coals so that the heart can recognize where it's been wrong at, where it hasn't been right. If you don't stoke the coals, the heart will just consider, remember, the heart is deceitful above all and desperately wicked. So the heart will keep telling itself, I'm right. It says the ways of man are right in his own eyes. All the ways of man are right in his own eyes. So there's got to be something to offset that and keep in check that pride, that arrogance. And what does that is the shame. Shame is necessary. And if people don't feel it, they'll always think they're right. But people run from feeling shame, so they just run from correction. Or they just keep running on with whatever that they're doing. They just go deeper into it. He said, but the heart knoweth his own what?
Bitterness.
Now go back to that point in verse 11.
God. 2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 11. Here therefore, being plagued, he began to leave off his great pride, and to come to the knowledge of himself by the scourge of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
His pain increasing every moment.
So the pain keeps ramping. This is what he's showing. All the punishments keep ramping up until he comes to the acceptance that it was his fault.
Yep.
This is how the Most High deals with us. He keeps ramping up the pain. He keeps ramping up the discomfort until we realize it's me. I'm the problem. Continue.
And when he himself could not abide in his own smell,
They got to more. I can't even stand myself. I can't stand my stink. It's one thing that people smell and they got to get away from you. But when you can't smell you can't stand your own stink, there's a problem. Read on.
he said these words, It is meet to be subject unto the Most High, and that a man that is mortal should not proudly think of himself as he were the Most High. This wicked person vowed also...
No. I don't want that verse. Not yet. Let's go to Ecclesiasticus, the Apocrypha. Chapter 10, verse 7 through 19.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 7.
Hold on one second. No, you're good. Ecclesiasticus 10, verse 7 through 19. Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 verse 7. Pride is hateful before the Most High and man, and by both doth one commit iniquity.
The Most High hates pride in men. Read on.
Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches gotten by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another.
Listen, the kingdom is translated from one king to another because of pride first. It starts with pride, and then once the pride kicks in, then the unrighteous dealings and all the other corruption kicks in. So he says it starts with the pride, though. And then he starts translating the kingdom from one to the other. Antiochus Epiphanes is like, he is the last of the kings of the Greek Empire that actually had power. After Alexander, it's his son Jupiter, and Jupiter only stays in power for 2 years. Then Seleucus the fourth comes in, which was the son of, Seleucus the fourth, no, not the fourth. Seleucus the fifth comes in, which was the son of Seleucus the fourth that Antiochus killed, the brother of Seleucus the fourth. All these succession of kings, yes, his nephew. All these succession of kings kick in, but the king of the north ain't the same no more. We've just read earlier, the king of the south has already fallen. The king of the south of the Ptolemy line, they're already like subjects to the Roman Empire.
Yep.
And Antiochus Epiphanes is about to fall. And after him, it's his son, then it's his cousin or nephew. All these guys are weak leaders, and they're going to fall too. And very soon, this is going to be the Roman Empire in full-fledged and full power. In their full stride, because the Most High is translating the power from the Greeks into the Romans' hands, literally as we speak. But part of it is because of the pride of one king after another king, after another king. And Antiochus' negative and his pride was like the death knell with the Greek Empire in general. Read on.
Verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
Yeah.
For such an one setteth his own soul to sell.
He doesn't care. Remember it said that he was dealt with flatteries. He constantly dealt with treacherous acts. He kept sitting back there with bribery. Because flatteries meant treachery, but the treachery meant bribery. So he was in with briberies and corruption on a high level. And it was all about coveting and favors and getting better deals and getting better financial deals. There's nothing worse than a person that's just covetous for more land and for more riches. And that's what he was. on top of his pride. Read on.
Because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
So once again, it goes back into your insatiable comment. He gave away his bowels. He gave away his substance for riches and glory. So in him giving away his bowels for riches and glory, the Most High attacked those same bowels he gave away.
And the way he gave them away was, you're supposed to have bowels of compassion
And integrity.
and when you don't have bowels of compassion
Yep.
and mercy,
Mm-hmm.
then obviously you forfeit compassion and mercy for riches, and that's how you become a cutthroat individual, or that's how you become a savage. You become a savage because you don't have bowels of compassion. You don't have mercy. That means I'll step on anybody to get what I want. I'll step on anybody. I'll lie. I'll cheat, steal to get what I want. I'll become a savage because I forfeit my bowels of compassion and mercy. So if you give that away, then you're going to have what? Bowels of intemperance, wrath. Don't ever tell me no.
Mm-hmm.
You better not ever tell me no. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it from you. You don't want it. You don't want to do a deal. I'll kill you. You know. So it shows you.
Offer you can't refuse.
Yeah, exactly. So he's showing how we set our bowels for sale when we stop loving each other for the sake of taking from each other because we want something so bad.
Yep. So this is what Mosai. That's why the Mosai attacked his bowels, because he already gave him away. He had no bowels of mercy, so he's gonna go hit that same spot where the sickness lies. Let's continue.
Verse 10. The physician cutteth off a long disease, and he that is today a king, tomorrow shall die.
And this is what the Mosai is doing to Antiochus. He's cutting off a long disease of wicked and corrupt leaders that were causing the Jew too much stress and doing more harm than their use. Read on.
For when a man is dead, he shall inherit creeping things, beasts and worms.
And this is what's waiting for Antiochus. Read on.
The beginning of pride is when one departed from the Most High, and his heart is turned away from his Maker.
And this is how you know all great civilizations are on their downward spiral. When the Most High and the pushing of the Lord and pushing of honor and respect starts to diminish, that's when you know the kingdom's about to fall. Just for an example, when the Greeks were on top, when they were on their ascension, the Greeks had a respect for who? The Most High. Now, did they have other idolatry things going on? No doubt. But when the Greeks were on the ascension, Alexander had a respect for the Lord. We push it back a little further. When the Persian and Median Empire first got in power by King Cyrus, didn't the guy show King Cyrus his verse in the scriptures in Isaiah? And he sat back here and saw himself in the Bible and said, I'm going to bring these Jews back from Babylon and send them to Jerusalem. When they were thinking that way, Most High was with them. When the first 4 to 5 Persian kings, 3 to 4 of them had a respect for the Lord. And that's why their kingdom lasted as long as it did. When they stopped respecting the Most High, they're on the downward. Same thing with Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar had a respect for the Most High. Then he lost his respect and called himself a god. The Most High stung him. He got back right. Right after Nebuchadnezzar, the kingdom fell apart very quickly. Only 80 years on top. So it was only like 3 generations that had ruled at the top. But when they were serving them, when they had a respect for the Most High worked with them. So when you lose the respect for the Most High, he removes that kingdom from you. Hell, even Rome. When Rome first started ascending, Caesar Augustus actually had a respect for the Jews and reinstituted the sacrificing offerings in Jerusalem. When the Roman leaders had a respect for the Most High, Rome thrived. As they started diminishing in their hatred for Israel and the Lord, they started falling apart. Hell, you can even sit back here and look at the United States. Not that the United States ever was about serving the Most High, but at least in the 50s, they were pushing God-fearing Americans. When they had the nuclear family, when it was the husband and wife, they all was worshiping the Heavenly Father.
Judeo-Christian values.
When they had Judeo-Christian values, the country was able to sustain themselves and become a superpower. Once those cultures, once that thinking got pushed away with what it is now you see this place on the downward turn.
Yep.
It's how you know when countries are on the downward end and other countries on the upward end. You'll sit back here and you'll see on television Russia. When you see these soldiers in Russia, they're all talking about the Heavenly Father. And they might think Jesus is white, and they might have their Greek Orthodox Church.
Putin just released the archives and the icons, the Russian icons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And put brown faces on display.
Yeah. And that's just proof that that country is refusing to allow the country to diminish and not have God and family as the foundation of the country. They push it all the time. And this is why that country is on the ascent and the other ones are on the decline that don't involve the Most High in the picture. So what's happening now is Antiochus Epiphanes is literally the end of the Greek Empire. And that pride and that ego is the fuel behind it. Keep going.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 13. For pride is the beginning of sin.
Just like I said in verse 7, the pride was first, then the unrighteous dealings came behind it, then the injuries and the riches gone by deceit. He said pride is the beginning of sin. Read on.
And he that hath it shall pour out abomination. And therefore the Lord brought upon them strange calamities and overthrew them utterly.
And listen, what Antiochus experienced is a strange calamity.
Invisible, incurable disease.
That is a strange calamity. Strange calamities are just calamities that were unforeseen, uncontrollable. This is how you know the Most High is involved. This is why we always teach as brothers to be blameless. Because the more we as leaders can be blameless, it is easier to see these strange calamities. That's not the men's fault. That's not the camp head's fault. It's your fault. But sometimes people can't see these strange calamities and see them as being the signs the Most High is not with you. We want to put a face to our anger. We want to put a face to our calamity and not realize the calamity is coming from the Lord in response to your rebellion.
You want to scapegoat.
But this is why it's important to be blameless so that there is no scapegoat. So when you see these calamities, these uncontrollable scenarios and events happen in your life, you know it's the Most High plaguing you for your conduct.
You know, me personally, this is my opinion. You know, when you read about those red heifers that Israel has sacrificed in the rebuilding of that third temple that they're trying to rebuild and institute the sacrifice of animals again, which obviously Christ was the last sacrifice. So they don't need to be sacrificing. That's really a
But they don't believe in Christ.
Exactly. It's really a spit in Christ's face.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy that gave those 5 red heifers to Israel is a Texas farmer. He's a Texas rancher. And he has a land on the Brazos River. And the Brazos River, along with the Guadalupe River, they flood quite often. But the Brazos River is called the Brazos de Dios, which it means in Spanish. Brazos means arms, right?
Arms.
But the river is called Brazos del Dios. It's the arms of God, however you say it. Yeah, so when you look at these floods, who extended his arms to Texas?
It's the Lord.
That's the Lord, man. Them floods was a phenomenon.
Uncontrollable.
Yeah,
Down the street, we look up what's going on. There was like 13 cars on the right. The camera can see, but we didn't impact over here. We went outside 13 cars all throughout.
That was a flood before that flood.
Yeah, that was.
Before.
That was a pre-flood.
That was a pre-flood.
Like, what the hell? It just rained for like a couple minutes.
Yeah, but you know that's the Most High working.
Gone.
But you know, my opinion, the Most High stinging Texas for giving Israel them damn red heifers. You know, how else would you don't just give a river the arms of God and then so many people die in floods.
Yeah.
You know, it's just too much. It's too much of a coincidence to say that's not the Most High. But that's the Most High's dealing. Me personally, I just feel like people don't see signs like that. They're not paying attention. Like Is this the Most High? You know, they say so much water came down. They said 50 million cubits per second. They said that's more water that flows over the Niagara Falls was flowing through those rivers per second. 50 million cubic feet per second.
People couldn't even flee. That's not normal for Texas.
Yeah, greater than the Niagara Falls was flowing through there. So, but you got to see these signs. Like, man, something has to happen for people to say, well, maybe this is the Most High.
Yep.
Maybe this is the Most High trying to get my attention on a national level or even an individual level.
And this is why we remove ourselves from the equation so the Most High's lessons can hit harder. Where are we at?
Verse 14.
Okay, keep going.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 14. The Lord has cast down the thrones of proud princes.
And he's doing this to Antiochus. He's casting down the thrones of proud princes. Read on.
And set up the meek in their stead.
And once again, he is setting up people he can mold. This is why the Most High is prepping the Roman Empire to take over the region. Because they're more meek, at least in their inception. There was more meek than the Greeks had become. At one time, the Greeks were meek, and the Persians weren't, and they had to fall. And this is the cycle of the rise and fall of kingdoms. The meek, moldable leaders. The Most High is going to go to that next meek, moldable leader until that leader is no longer meek and moldable. And he will bring somebody else who is now meek and moldable to take the reins. Whether it's in amongst Israel or it's amongst the nations, it's the same point.
But if you look at what Trump is doing, hitting India with 50% tariffs,
I'm trying to.
25% tariffs, telling Putin you got 50 days to do this, or
we're gonna sit back here and tax and tariff everybody that you do business with.
Yeah,
Listen, you can't break Russia, so I'm gonna break all the people you do business with. But the funny thing is, it ain't working. That's why they sat back here yesterday was the deadline day. Yesterday was the deadline day, and they say we're gonna push it back. We have a meeting. We scheduled a meeting with Putin.
yeah.
Listen, it was all bluff. When they went to India, India said, "Listen, man, we're not gonna give you what you want."
Modi said, "Yeah."
Yeah, Modi says, "I'm not." Check this out. Check this out. Modi said this: "We're gonna continue to do business with Russia." And what blew me away, Modi is gonna himself go to China for the next Shanghai Corporation meeting. He hasn't been in China in years. For the fact that Modi sat back here and is getting off his tail and leaving India to go to China, India and China have had beef for years. He's sitting back here going to let go of his beef with China because he's going to side with China over flipping America. That's major. For him to sit back here and go to China and start working on that relationship because he knows what's coming. And he's choosing BRICS. He's choosing Russia and China over the United States. Because United States is sitting back here and saying, well, listen, we're mad at you because you're not sitting back here and buying arms from us. You're not buying enough arms. You're not sitting back here and stop buying oil from Russia. Listen, we're not going to stop buying oil from Russia. Our country needs this. Our country needs the oil. We're not going to stop doing this. We need these resources. We're not stopping. And America's sitting back here trying to put pressure and lean and sanctions. And then we're not doing it. But the funny thing, they tried this crap with China just 2 months ago about the tariffs. Yep. And they sat back here and left with their tail between their legs because China didn't budge either.
Tried it with Canada and Mexico.
Listen, you know who did budge? Europe. Europe gave in. Gave America a crazy deal. The Saudis gave them a crazy deal. Canada broke. But China, BRICS ain't breaking. Because they're already prepared for these economic sanctions. What they don't realize is that America is going to get harder than China. America's going to lose more. India and China might get hurt a little bit, but it ain't going to kill them. So now they're sitting back here. Now they agree. It's all online. They're going to meet Putin in Alaska. They're going to meet Putin in Alaska very soon to try to talk peace with Putin.
Who?
Trump.
Yeah,
Listen. Even if they have the meeting, it's nothing going to change, because Putin has said before we have any kind of ceasefire, there's a handful of things that got to get done before the ceasefire happens, and they don't want to give in.
And Trump just told Zelensky, go ahead and do some land swaps with Russia. And he said, we're not ceding no territory.
And they're going to keep dying. The funny thing is, the territory is already ceded.
Yes,
The- the- the-
60-year-old men fight.
Listen, the land is already taken. And they keep taking more. They're almost at the Dnieper. The Dnieper splits the country in half. Once they get to the Dnieper, which they have like 3 major cities surrounded, and once those 3 cities are completely taken over, then it's a matter of just crossing over the river and taking Kiev. And that's it. And that's why they're sitting back here trying to talk this peace and trying to talk this ceasefire, because it's almost over. Now, the reason Zelensky can't capitulate is they're going to kill him in Ukraine if he does.
He's a dead man.
He's a dead man if he capitulates. So he's got to keep fighting, or he's going to die. Or they're going to oust him. He's going to get ousted. It's not going to end up well for him.
Got a lot of money. Got a lot of money.
Well, listen, he better just leave and go to his mini mansions in his mama's name all around the world. Because these mansions are in his mama's name. For real. That's how he works it.
Got a mansion in my mama's name.
That's what I'm saying. That Gator Boots. That is that song. That's what I'm saying. That's what he's doing. But anyway, let's continue. Where are we at in Ecclesiastes?
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 15.
Okay.
The Lord had plucked up the root of the proud nation.
He's plucking up the root, the foundation of the proud nation. He's doing this to the Greeks now. He plucked up the Ptolemies. Now he's plucking up the king of the north. Read on.
And planted the lowly in their place.
Now he's planting a humble nation that's going to take over with the right mind frame, which is the Romans. Read on.
The Lord overthrew countries of the heathen.
He's talking about the heathen. He deals with us and deals with the heathen. Read on.
And destroyed them to the foundation of the earth. He took some of them away and destroyed them, and had made their memorial to cease from the earth. Pride was not made for men, nor furious anger for them that are born of a woman.
So we're going to let that, there's one more verse. Read on.
They that fear the Lord are a sure seed.
They that fear the Lord are a sure seed. What that means is, if you fear the Lord, you don't have to worry about overthrows and coups and loss and lands being taken away from you. And this is the problem with Israel. If we just would have stayed in order, we would have had a sure seed, a safe seed. We would have remained in power. And that's what it takes. If you fear the Lord, you'll remain in power. Read on.
And they that love him, an honorable plant.
Mm-hmm.
They that regard not the law are a dishonorable seed.
Mm-hmm.
They that transgress the commandments are a deceivable
This is the
seed.
one. Read that again. That verse I was telling you about the deceiving seed.
Yeah.
Read that part again. The second phase of it.
They that regard not the law are a dishonorable seed.
The ones that don't follow the law at all are dishonorable. Read on.
They that transgress the commandments are a deceivable seed.
Listen, the ones that don't follow the law, I mean, they know the law and they just can't keep it. They're a deceivable seed. They're a seed of people who are liars to themselves.
Yes.
So he's pretty much letting you know this verse deals with people who embrace serving the Most High, who don't accept the Most High at all, or who are liars, who are not consistent in their commitment to serving the Most High. So which one are you? Are you a sure seed because you fear the Most High and you're a sure seed and you're honorable? Or are you a dishonorable seed that doesn't value the truth at all? Or are you that deceivable seed that keeps breaking the law and is inconsistent? That means you're a liar. You're not true to who you're supposed to be. So you're honorable, dishonorable, or deceivable. What you gonna say?
No, but dishonorable, or that political deceivableness, that just means I entertain false ideas.
Yeah.
I entertain delusion.
God.
It's really delusion that is the basis of a lot of these dumb decisions.
No doubt.
So either I'm honorable, or I have no value for the Most High. I don't value the Most High, which means I'm dishonorable.
Yep.
Or I'm delusional.
You're a deceiver. You're a liar.
Those are like the 3 6.
And I know it's almost like this verse kind of ties into Matthew when it talks about the seed. When it sits back here, does it go on sure ground? Is it going on rocks? Is it going on the thorns? Because it's one of the seeds, it just falls away. One seed falls away. One seed goes in the good ground, and the other two seeds start, but they don't stay. They either the thorns choke the word, or the sun burns the seed up. Those two are still deceivers. They're not real. They're deceivers because their heart is partially with the Most High and it's partially not with the Most High. That's why they're deceivers.
For whatever reason.
I'd rather you be either lukewarm. The deceivers are lukewarm. I'd rather you be hot or cold, so you can be judged better. That's a good one. So let's go back to 13, verse 13 in 2 Maccabees 9.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 13.
Seed and sower. Let me get that. I just want to put this down on so I don't forget this precept. Come on. Where's the Matthew seed and sower? That's 13, right? I think it's Matthew 13.
Yes. The parable.
Yeah, the parable of the seed and sower.
Yeah.
It's in Luke too, but I want the Matthew one.
Yeah.
Is it 13?
Yeah, 13, 1 through 23.
Yeah, seed and sower. I'm just going to go put this in here so I don't forget it. It's Ecclesiasticus 10 and 19, right? Yeah, it was 19. All right, cool. So let's read that in Ecclesiastes, 2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 13.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 13. This wicked person vowed also unto the Lord, who now no more would have mercy upon him.
So he says, this wicked person made a vow to the Lord. So now listen, Antiochus is making a vow to the Most High, even though the Most High stopped giving him mercy now. This is a scary thing. This is a scary thing what this verse just said. It said, the wicked person vowed also unto the Lord, who now no more would have mercy upon him. How many times do we roll like that? At the time we decide we want to make a vow to the Most High to do right, that's at the time when the Most High said, listen, man, no more mercy for this guy. I'm not giving you no more opportunities. Do you want to be that person? That's scary as hell. When you finally decide you want to do good,
This is a real thing.
and be on. That's why I'm taking my time like this. Antiochus is finally, after he's sick and he's smelling like crap and he's gross and he's on his deathbed, now he wants to do right by the Lord. But by the time he wants to do right by the Lord, the Most High, that window of opportunity just what?
Close.
Just closed. Now there's no more mercy opportunities.
It's too late to apologize.
That's the scary thing. Now hold this and go to Jonah chapter 3, verse 8 and 9. Jonah chapter 3, verse 8 and 9. Read it when you get it.
Jonah chapter 3.
Verse 8 and 9.
Jonah chapter 3 verse 8. But let man and beast be covered with sackcloth, and cry mightily unto the Most High. Yea, let them turn every one from his evil way.
So this is when Nineveh was like, let's try to change and do right by the Most High, and hopefully he might sit back and listen to us. Read on.
And from the violence that is in their hand.
Let's abstain from violence and evil. Read on.
Who can tell if the Most High will turn and repent, and turn away from his fierce anger, that we perish not?
So listen, what Antiochus is doing is the right thing to do. Once you're moved in your heart to sit back and pray to the Most High and stop what you're doing negatively and choose to do the right thing, you should approach the Most High accordingly. You should sit back here and ask the Most High for forgiveness as much as possible. But that don't mean he's going to grant it. And that's the scary part. We're supposed to petition the Most High because don't forget, Jonah told the people of Nineveh, the Most High is going to destroy you guys soon. People of Nineveh said, man, let's just pray and stop the negative we're doing and ask the Most High for forgiveness.
But it's all about how responsive you are. It shows Israel has a responsive ratio they need to have. Meaning that how long does it take for me to respond correctly? Do I make the Most High the very, 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 very last option?
That's what Antiochus did.
Well, there's an outcome for that.
I know. But my point is, regardless, whenever it's on your heart to do it, petition the Most High. But just keep this verse in mind. Antiochus is trying to do the right thing, but from the Most High's perspective, I'm all out of giving you mercy. You know why? For one, this is how the Most High deals with the nation. We went over this in I think it was First Maccabees 6.
Yeah.
How the Most High sits back here on a mercy level. He lets the nations run their course, and he's done with them. So as far as on the nations, he don't give nations mercy like this. With us, he's more willing to give us mercy throughout our faiths. But with Esau, I'm going to let you run your course, and I'm done with you. And that's how he's treating Antiochus. But we have to keep this in mind, that there is a point of our rebellion that he removes that mercy from us.
Yep.
This is a possible thing. It's just like when it says, Most High removes grace from us. After he's told us so many times to change, it's a time where there's no more grace for our sins. Go to Hebrews 12 and 16. I think it's 12 and 16. No. Huh?
10:26.
It is 10:26. That's the verse. It's 10:26. That's the one. That's the one. Read that.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 26. For if we sin willfully, after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins.
That means the more we keep doing what we want to do after we know right from wrong, the more I lifts that mercy from us. Then you might not get that mercy or that sacrifice for sin anymore, or that consideration. So with that being the case, let's go back to 2 Maccabees 9 and 13.
We get one on this Isaiah
Okay.
too. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 6 and 7.
Cool.
Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 6.
Yeah.
Isaiah chapter 55 verse 6. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found.
The Lord may not be found all the time.
Yeah.
So what the thing we figure that the Most High will be on our time frame. We feel like the Most High will be there when I get there. So no matter what I do, the Lord will suffer me no matter what. He'll suffer my sins. He'll suffer my inconsistencies. He'll suffer my negativity. He'll just keep suffering me no matter what. But that's not always the case. It says, seek ye the Lord while what?
While he may be found.
So yeah, what Antiochus is doing, it's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is, he's seeking the Lord, but the Lord ain't there. He's not responding to him. He went too far. Now we look at Jonah and Nineveh. The Ninevites repented, and they found opportunity to be forgiven. He says, so what we can't think that is that the Lord is going to be there when we want him, like a genie in a bottle. You're going to grant me my wishes. You're going to save me out of trouble on my time frame. And whenever I decide to change, you just better show up. That's not always the case. Read it again.
Isaiah chapter 55 and verse 6. Seek ye the Lord while he may be found.
Right?
Call ye upon him.
It says you gotta call upon him when things are not going your way, and when the Most High is stinging and punishing. You gotta call upon it when you obviously recognize, hey, I'm incurring shame and damage for my sins. The Most High has given me invisible, incurable diseases. Obviously, the Most High wants my attention. So let me give him my attention. He says, seek the Lord where he may be found. Read.
Call ye upon him while he is near.
While he is what?
While he is near.
So it's showing you that the opportunity ain't always there. That we don't always have the opportunity that we think we have. We don't have the Most High at the snap of our fingers, and you just better show up, Lord.
Yeah.
You just better be there when I pray to you. You better answer my prayers. Man, sometimes the Most High is long gone. And sometimes the Most High is not found. He's not always available. It's not that he's too busy. He says your sins and your iniquities separate from you and your power. Read on.
Verse 7. Let the wicked forsake his way.
And that's why we should run to the Most High when the Most High has a hand on us for punishment. He says, let the wicked forsake his way. Let me change immediately. Read.
And the unrighteous man his thoughts.
And also I got to get rid of my what?
Thoughts.
I got to cast away these thoughts. So it's my negativity, my wickedness, my evil thoughts. I got to forsake all these things. Read on.
And let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon it.
But he'll have mercy to you if you don't wait too long.
Yep.
The mercy comes when you're not waiting till the last minute and I'm just expecting the Most High to pull me out of this. Read.
And to our power, and he will abundantly pardon.
And he said he will do what?
Abundantly pardon.
He says that ability is with the Most High to abundantly pardon. But the key is you just can't wait till the last minute.
Yeah.
You can't wait too long until it's all hope is lost. Then I'm gonna call on the Lord and expect you to come through right now.
Help me right now.
Right now. If I I ain't never called on you before. I ain't never asked you for nothing, but right now I need you. Like, man, you're supposed to call on the Most High when He's available. When you have opportunity. And it's showing that it's never too late. But there is a time where it might be too late.
Yeah. Con?
That comes from taking the Most High for granted.
Yep.
And this is the scary thing. So this wicked person, listen, this verse is before Antiochus gives his, I promise I'll never do it again. I'm going to love the Jew. I'm going to love him. I'm going to love the Jew. Before he even says that, he says, listen, man, he's sitting back here going to vow to do good to the Jews, but it's too late at this point. He's telling you it's too little too late before he even says the vow he's going to give. So let's go to verse 14 in 2 Maccabees.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 14. That the holy city to the which he was going in haste, to lay it even with the ground, and to make it a common burying place, he would set at liberty.
So what he's saying is he's going to set at liberty Jerusalem. He's going to finally let go of the holy city and give the Jews the freedom they deserve. This is the vow. I got it. Okay. And just to answer the question real quick, the way you make amends is to sit back here. Well, what does Baruch say about seeking the Most High 10 times more? The answer is about changing your behavior and putting the necessary work on yourself, fixing what's inside of you so that you are presentable to the Heavenly Father at the end. So it's really about the work that Dawyad and Shamshawan said. It was really about how quickly you respond and how consistent you are in breaking and fixing those things that are inside of you. So it's really about a longevity thing and a determination thing that starts to make that amends back to the Most High.
And the Most High he don't want to feel like he's last.
Yeah.
Listen, the Most High is a man.
And this is why it's about prioritizing. This is why the Most High takes things away from us, because we have to relearn priority. If we relearn priority, then we can slowly gain things back. The priority is about the Most High, the body, the people that you're responsible for. Those things come first. And your desires come last.
And can I say this too, with that? And having the proper perspective in the midst of dealing with people. Because Israel will deal with people all the time.
Yeah.
Israel will deal with people with the proper, correct perspective.
Yep.
The correct premise. We know we operate according to law. We get that. But we don't operate according to the frame of mind that's optimal for our level of responsibility.
Yeah. And that's what we have to do to make that amends to the Most High. So, verse 14 says, and Antiochus vows to make Jerusalem a free city. Okay, read verse 15.
2 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 15. And as touching the Jews, whom he had judged not worthy so much as to be buried, but to be cast out with their children to be devoured of the fowls and wild beasts, he would make them all equals to the citizens of Athens. And the holy temple, which before he had spoiled, he would garnish with goodly gifts.
So he said he'll make the Jews have the same status as the Athenians. Continue.
And the holy temple, which before he had spoiled, he would garnish with goodly gifts, and restore all the holy vessels with many more. And out of his own revenue, defray the charges belonging to the sacrifices. Yea.
So what he's saying is, I'm going to do what my father had did in the first place and pay for the sacrifices every damn day like my daddy did.
You see the circle?
Yep.
Everybody knows what they should be doing. Everybody knows this game.
Yeah.
Listen, we got this ain't about Antiochus. This is about us.
This is about us.
He's just a character. He's a character. Most High is pointing out here. I want you to learn from this guy. Learn from this guy. It's really about you.
Yeah, bro.
Listen, every last one of us know there's a song from Benny Siegel, right?
A Benny Siegel song to correlate with the Bible.
Listen, bro.
What does Bean say? What did Bean say?
Bean said, "I should have been praying and mixing salat." He knows.
And mixing what?
Salat. I don't know what it means.
I don't know what that is.
He said, I know I should have been praying. I should have been mixing salat. He said, I know I should have been speaking Arabic and mixing salat because he's a Muslim. Okay. He said, he should have been learning Arabic and he should have been mixing his holy oils and praying on his carpet. He knows he should have been doing it.
What are you selling drugs?
But he was killing niggas. He was robbing niggas and breaking niggas. Throwing niggas off of buildings. He was throwing people off of buildings.
Oh my God.
Throwing cats off of buildings. He's the Broad Street bully. He's throwing people off of buildings.
Broad Street
bully. Throwing people off of buildings out and going to jail and terrorizing people in jail. But he feels guilty. It's a song called "I Can Feel in the Air." He knows. Okay, I remember that song. He knows he should have been getting right with God out. He knows it. I should have been learning Arabic. I should have been mixing the holy oils and praying to the Lord. I know I should have been doing this, but I couldn't help. I had to deal with these. I had to deal with these NITGs.
But you start doing that when you're in jail. You writing rhymes in jail.
When you're in jail,
write rhymes in jail. Now the lyrics come to you. Now the clarity of mind.
When the four walls are around you, when you're surrounded by prison and your back's against the wall,
literally,
and you get 3 hots in the cot. Now all the clarity comes what I should have been doing because it keeps hitting you in the back of your mind. It keeps hitting you back in the mind. That deputy. So we for first Matthew Henry.
Yeah, King James. King James called the conscience the deputy of the soul.
The deputy of the soul is telling you just what you gotta do. Everybody's conscious at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m., or that long ride you're driving. That long drive you're doing, burning gas, it's back of your head telling you should have been doing this. But we
go home.
We go home.
Go home.
Go home.
Go home. There's nothing good can be done at 3 o'clock in the morning. There's nothing good you get into at 3 a.m. Nothing positive is going to happen the rest of this night.
but we keep muting that. We've muted the Lord. And so Antiochus, when he's doing negative, has been muted the Most High the whole time. And the answers do the first works. The scriptures do the first works. Mm-hmm. His father was doing the first works. He knew the right example. Yeah. He just rejected the Lord. Yeah. Well, when we reject the Lord, do we not expect also to be rejected?
Now we don't think it.
That's the outcome too. There's an outcome. How long is the Most High going to accept being rejected?
Well, until He says, "I'm done with you." So all this, I'm sorry, I'm never going to do it again. The Most High doesn't believe him.
And Jay-Z said it too. I said one more lyric. This is thinking past people do.
Yeah.
Jay-Z said in a song, he said, God, please, don't let me get caught with these cops, right? Mm-hmm. And then let me sell one more pie. He said, sorry, God, I lied.
Oh.
So he said, basically, I'm gonna sell this is my last key. It's my last dough. Every movie.
But the situation looks so shady. This might not work out. So please, Father, this is it.
This the
if I do it, I won't go back to these narcotics again. I won't be. This life is crazy, man.
This the last pie I'm ever gonna sell. People do all the time in their life. This is the last time I'm gonna run through this chick. This has got bad. It's the last time I'm gonna deal these cats. I'm gonna get shot.
Yeah.
It's the last time I'm gonna do a little white collar crime.
But after you get away with it, I lie. Back into it tomorrow.
Because you know
there's plenty of songs like
because
that.
all the fear is gone.
Alcoholism. Tonight, remember that song? Tonight was the same way. But keep going.
Yes, but everybody does this. I'm gonna stop because you can feel those stings about to come.
Yeah.
And so we're only humble because the sting is there.
Yep.
But it's not genuine.
That's why. Listen to this guy. And once he got healthy, there was no guarantee he was going to stick with this up. There wasn't no guarantee if he got healthy he was going to honor the.
You're trying to switcheroo God.
Yeah.
Because we do
and
it
the
with
Most High knows we're full of crap.
We do it with the doctor.
God.
The doctor's like, hey, you know your heart's about to pop. And okay.
The high blood pressure. So you have to really change your diet, sir.
We change only so our heart doesn't pop. And then once things get normal.
You tell me about that person, the greatest loser, America's Greatest Loser.
Yeah.
She was mad at, listen, why did she go on the show?
To lose weight.
But then why you sitting back here, I got to have my fried chicken. Then are you here to lose weight or you want fried chicken?
Bro, she went crazy, bro.
She was mad because he said you can't have fried chicken anymore. Then why go on the show if you didn't want to lose weight? It's the same. I got to have this. So no, you can't. That's not good for you.
Yeah.
We do it all the time.
But we we change up once the consequences are gone, and that's why most times like, listen, man, I'm not forgiving you, bro.
Yeah, and see, Hebrews chapter 12 verse 17, the Most High explains that the reason why He doesn't forgive us because He knows what's in us. He knows that real, whether we're just pump faking them, jab stepping.
Jab stepping.
Just jab step, hit him with the jab.
Watch me.
Yeah,
I'm going right. Nope.
Yeah, with the
I'm going to be right. Nope.
The one ball fake with the hand.
Like this.
Yeah,
and you go to the left.
Yeah.
Well, Hebrews what again?
12 and 13 or 17.
Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 17. For ye know how that afterward.
He says, you know how afterwards, saying that if the Most High would have gave Esau the blessing.
Yeah.
Read.
When he would have inherited the blessing.
He said, if the Most High would have gave Esau the blessing. Read.
He was rejected.
He said he was still, the Most High still would have rejected him. Because you know what the Most High knew about him? Read on.
For he found no place of repentance.
Because the whole time, he never repented of selling the birthright.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he never said anything. He never said anything about that.
No, he was never sorry.
No.
He was never sorry.
Yeah.
That's how the Most High knew it wasn't meant for him anyway. Because he was never sorry.
Yeah.
He never felt bad for doing it.
Yeah.
And this is why the Most High knew why it was right never to give it back to him. And give him another chance. The Most High knew it was appropriate not to give him another chance. Because the whole time he didn't have it, that he sold it, he wasn't sorry for selling it. He says, for he knew what?
For he found no place of repentance.
So, because he never sought repentance, so he wasn't sincere about change. Yeah. So when the Most High knows that when a man is not sincere about change, there's no need for the Most High to acknowledge that person's petitions to say I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, forgive me. Oh Lord,
if you just give me this time, I promise I'll change.
I pray I'll never do it again.
Yeah.
The Most High knows it's fake. Because you never sought repentance after the action. Read on.
Though he sought it carefully with tears.
Though he was crying his eyes out.
Mm-hmm.
Esau crying his butt off, crying his eyes out that he lost the blessing. But the Most High knew the tears were fake.
Alligator tears.
There's a crocodile tear.
Devil's tears.
Devil's tears. He knew it was fake because those tears, if you really was sincere about change, you would have been repentant a long time ago for selling the blessing.
Yep.
But the Most High saw, because there was no repentance, those tears are phony. That's phony baloney. And so the Most High knows how when we say, Lord, if you let me out of jail this one time, or let me slide out of this one situation,
I won't do it no more.
I won't do it no more. The Most High knows it's phony.
Jake back in the corner again, huh?
Yeah, he knows it's fake.
Yep.
Because there was no repentance prior to the time that you really wanted the Most High to come through. And that's why the Most High calls Esau a fornicator, profane person. It's phony. All that's fake. All them tears be fake. Because it's only because we're in pain or suffering, or there's no way out of our situation that we actually, all the tears coming out. But what about the whole time you had up until you were in the situation? Till you got the bad diagnosis or the bad judgment from the judge? Or, what happened to the repentance up until that time? There was none. There was no repentance up until that time.
No.
So now that the judge hit the damn gavel and say 20 years, now you want to cry. But you had 6 to 8 months or 6 to 8 years to change. There was none.
You sat in court with those some of those teenage killers. Everything's fun and games. They don't care. They think that because I'm a teenager, I'm gonna get off.
Yeah.
The judge does this as an adult with the judgment, and then you see the tears.
Then you see the tears.
Yep.
But those tears are the fact that I can't get out of this. It's not tears I feel bad. I just killed this whole family in a drive-by.
Exactly.
No, it was fake tears. But that's how the Most High know when we are sincere about change or not. Even though we crying after the fact. Or we begging. That's how the Most High knew Antiochus was fake. His petitions was fake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Jews equal citizenship. I'm gonna give them equal rights. Now you want to give them equal rights? You want to let them drink from the same water fountain?
Yeah.
Now you want to let them swim in the same swimming pools?
Wow.
You know the bathhouses?
Negro spiritual.
Yeah. You want to let them in the bathhouses now? Please, it's too late now.
Yeah. Let us do Well, this what this said. Foxhole religion. They said there's no atheists in foxholes.
No.
Listen, when you're hitting bombs, and you can talk. There's no God all you want, but when war is going and those bombs is dropping, you praying.
There's no atheists.
Now you're praying. There's no atheists in foxholes.
Yeah.
Listen, you can sit back here and talk that no God shit all you want. When you're thundering and boom, 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 kind of in foreign languages, sitting back here getting closer to you out.
That's crazy.
You gonna sit back here and not pray? Shit, you're gonna pray out. You're gonna pray and ask the Lord for a blessing.
Yeah. I had a buddy of mine used to be but this was prior to the truth. He used to be a professed Satanist.
Yeah.
Until he got hit in the drive-by.
Wow.
Oh, Lord, help me, Lord! I tell you, he had the pentagram on his neck. He would swear. He said, Satan's my father. Those were his words.
Okay.
And then that hot lead went through him, and he had the crescent moon and star on his neck after that.
He also had a little bit more.
Yeah.
The crescent moon and star, which became a Muslim by. What happened to Satan that?
I had to fire him. I ain't over there.
Yeah.
But let's read
That's crazy.
Let's read verse 17 real quick, man.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 17. Yea, and that also he would become a Jew himself.
I will be a Jew.
There it is.
Now
Right
it's Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah.
Shalom,
Listen, now it's Shabbat Shalom. I too am a Jew. I am a Jew with you. I love the Jews. I just love the Jews.
How I say this?
Yeah.
How about
Jove?
Yeah.
Now you want to sit back here and say Bible stuff now. Now you want to be a Jew.
the Lord our God is one.
Yes. Now I'm a Jew. I'm going to play the Jew game now.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit back here and wear fringes. I'm going to wear fringes now.
Yeah.
And a headband.
Cause I'm sick.
Yeah.
Because the sickness is hitting.
I know. That's the point.
My bones are still.
It's rattling, huh?
Yeah.
Read on.
And go through all the world that was inhabited, and declare the power of the
I'm going to
Most
be
High.
teaching scriptures. I'm going to go from
Yeah.
country to country saying, repent for the Lord, the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. Listen, hold this and go to Ezekiel 33, verse 14 and 16.
Ezekiel 33.
Ezekiel 33, verse 14 through 16.
Ezekiel chapter 33 and verse 14. Again, when I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die.
This is what the Most High is saying to Antiochus. You're going to surely die. You're on your deathbed on the way from Babylon to Jerusalem. Read on.
If he turn from his sin and do that which is lawful and right.
Read on.
If the wicked restore the pledge.
This is what Antiochus is saying he's trying to do. Antiochus is saying he is going to restore the pledge, restore what he did wrong. I'm going to fight my tail to make it right. Read on.
Give again that he had robbed.
I want to give the Jews sovereignty. Read on.
Walk in the statutes of light.
I want to become a Jew. Read on.
Without committing iniquity.
I'm going to teach everybody in the world about the Jews. Read on.
He shall surely live. He shall not die.
This is what's in his mind. If I sit back here and right all my wrongs, I'll be able to live. Read on.
None of his sins that he hath committed shall be mentioned unto him. He hath done that which is lawful and right. He shall surely live.
And this is why the Most High didn't let him live, to even prove it. The Most High is like, no, I'm not going to even. Yeah, you made these promises, and he may or may not have actually followed through on them, but I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of even getting the chance to do it. Because whether he was going to do it or not, listen, the Most High could have kept him sick and got him to Jerusalem and gave them freedom. He could have brought him up to the city, still in his sickened state, and kept him sick and made Antiochus change all the things he did right and then kill him. But he didn't do that. He sat back here and killed him before he got to Jerusalem. He could have stretched it out to determine, I want to see if you're going to do it. But I'm not going to give you your health until you do it. He could have did that. But the Most High is like, I'm not going to give you a chance for redemption. I'm not going to give you this chance of redemption. Yeah, you're talking what you're going to do and what you would have, could have, should have did, but I'm not going to make you keep breathing to even prove that you would do it. Because I want your soul to go somewhere else.
Yeah, because I want you to be somewhere.
Look, that's my point. Listen, you're not going to make it to the point where you make it right. I'm not going to give you that opportunity. Once again, that's a scary thing. He could have sat back here and gave him a chance to prove himself. He said, I'm not even going to let you live long enough to fulfill your vow. He took him out before he had a chance to fulfill his vow. Because scripturally, if he would have lived up to his vow, Most High would sit back here and give him life for that. But let's continue in 2 Maccabees 9 and verse 18.
2 Maccabees chapter 9
18.
and verse 18. But for all of this his pains would not cease.
For all these vows and all these words, Most High still didn't take away the pain from him. Read on.
For the just judgment of the Most High was come upon him.
It's still just judgment. It's like, I'm not going to give you a chance to get out of this sickness. I'm not going to give you a chance to make this one right. He said, I'm not going to give you a chance to make it right. I'm just going to hit you and you're going to feel it. And this is it. I'm just going to have you screaming and saying you love the Lord and apologizing so all your army can see my power. Then I'm going to kill you. I just want you to announce out of your mouth how you was wrong and that you're going to want to be a Jew and that you're going to want to sit back here and give Israel freedom. That's all I want you to do. I'm not going to let you make it right. Because you've already done enough for death. Mm. Are we done with verse 18? Read on.
Therefore, despairing of his health, he wrote unto the Jews the letter underwritten.
So what is he saying? What is he saying? He's like, I got to write this letter. And at least if I write the letter, maybe the Most High will see that I'm really serious about making this thing happen. Because he's like, the Most High ain't changing I'm still getting sick. And maybe sit back here, let me acknowledge them. Let me write a letter to the Jews acknowledging I was messed up. But this is all the Most High wanted to do. He built him up to bring him down for everybody to see. Read on.
Containing the form of a supplication after this manner.
But before we read on, I want to go to Romans chapter 9. So it says he's writing a letter now to the Jews saying he's sorry. But before we read the contents of that, let's just go into how the Most High thinks about raising up leaders and breaking them down. Romans 9, verse 14 through 23.
Romans chapter 9 and verse 14.
1 second. What you got?
Romans chapter 9.
Yeah, 14.
Romans chapter 9 and verse 14. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with the Most High? Most High forbid.
The Most High is not unrighteous. Listen, I'm not going to sit back here. I'm not an unfair power. Because a carnal person will say, man, Antiochus is trying to make things right. Why not sit back here and consider him? Why not give him some time to give him more time to rectify the bad he's done? This doesn't seem fair. Read on.
For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy.
He's going to have mercy on the people and the nations that he wants to have mercy on. Read on.
And I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion.
He's like, he's going to choose who he wants to have compassion on. And you know what? He's not going to give Antiochus compassion. Because in the Most High's eyes, Antiochus didn't deserve it. Read on.
So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth.
You can run and will and fight all. You can write all the damn letters you want. Antiochus ain't going to change nothing. You can sit back here and change your religion tonight. Ain't going to change your verdict.
You got to believe me, Lord.
You can sit back here and give the Jews sovereignty in Jerusalem and make them like Athenians all you want. It ain't changing your judgment. That's where it doesn't matter how much you will or run. No matter what you do, the Most High's way is going to be what is instilled. He's going to give mercy to who he wants to, no matter how hard Antiochus works to gain mercy. Read on.
But of the Most High that showeth mercy. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up.
He's like, he raised up Antiochus for this purpose. It's like he raised up Pharaoh for this purpose. He sat back here and made Antiochus powerful and potent with the intent of breaking us for our wickedness. And then when his wickedness got too high, he had to break him to still show Israel that he's with us. So he rose and elevated Antiochus to sting us, and he brought him down for us. So it's not about mercy, it was about the lesson. This is why he's going into the story. It's not about the Most High giving Antiochus a break. It's about the Most High using Antiochus to prove a point. Just like he used Pharaoh to prove a point and a lesson for Israel. Read on.
That I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy.
So listen, he said he's going to sit back here. He rose up Pharaoh so that his name can be declared upon the earth after he breaks him. He rose up Antiochus Epiphanes so that when he breaks him, the Most High would have a greater reputation and a name through Antiochus' shame. So what is the Most High doing? The Most High uses the pride of another person to bring about shame so that the Most High's glory can be pronounced even the more.
Yep.
Because the thing is this, what better way for Israel to learn than by another person's failure? And we see their fall. And we also remember their pride. When you sit back and see an Israelite with pride and ego, not listening, and then 6 months later you see this guy in the street, what's in your mind? Man, the Most High is real.
Especially
The Most High is real.
the larger the quantity of arrogance in the person, and the larger the far-reaching experience or influence of that person, and the most impactful fall, brings more glory to the Most High, because then that means that anybody can get it.
But see, now the Most High looks real.
Yeah.
When you see the enormity of a man's pride and the greater fall, now the lesson of the Most High resonate that much more.
And then also you can see that there's no respecter of persons. The Most High is not impartial. Anybody that chooses not to serve him, from the highest to the lowest, the Most High could deal with. Nobody's out of reach.
Yep. And when he hits the highest person, it's the greatest lesson.
Yep.
But he uses everybody's fall and shame as a lesson for everybody amongst the body.
Yep.
And that's how we got to look at it. So let's continue.
And whom he will, he hardeneth. Thou
Meaning,
wilt-
and this is the scary thing. He says, whom he wants to, he'll harden the person's mind so that they won't listen long enough to where now the repercussion has to be an extreme fall. That's scary. He's like, he'll put in the person's heart not to listen and not to lock in. Knowing that they're not going to lock in and they're not going to want to change, so that now the punishment can be even harder for everybody to learn. What he's saying, he hardened Antiochus' heart to get to this point. He hardened it. Now Antiochus don't want to listen. Now he got him to the very bitter end and is going to turn on him. But he put that in him so that his fall can be a lesson for us. Just like he hardened Pharaoh's heart. Yep. He put in Pharaoh's spirit not to listen, so that his fall was harder.
And the
So
fall,
we would never forget the lesson.
and the fall is so hard. There's no comeback from the fall.
But the fall was so hard because of how long he allowed his heart to be hardened.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scary thing. And it's almost like these are the kind of verses that let you know the Most High is in complete control of everything. And it almost makes you think that there's no such thing as free will. Because if he's sitting back here and hardening everything, he purposely hardens you. Why? He doesn't want you to win.
Well, the hardening came from you had the free will to obey, be
To a
obedient,
degree.
to be obedient. But once you say no, then you choose to be stubborn and resistant. Then the Most High say, okay, since that's what you want to be, then
I'm going to give you reasons why you're thinking is correct.
Yeah, I'm just going to accentuate that, accessorize that arrogance and that pride.
I'm gonna put a sweater on that pride. I'm gonna put a sweater on that pride. I'm gonna put a coat on that pride. I'm just gonna feed it.
I would choose their delusions.
Yeah.
But that's the point. So but he's giving you more fuel to go left.
But you wanted to go left anyway.
Go to
Okay.
Persia.
So you really didn't want to go right.
Okay. You don't want to go straight and make it right.
He's going to help you. That's all
He's gonna help you go.
He's going to help you go left. That's
God.
all he's doing that.
God.
Since you like going left, no problem.
God. Let's continue. Let's get through this.
Romans chapter 9 and verse 19. Thou wilt say then unto me, why doth he yet find fault? For who hath resisted his will?
So this is what he's saying. He's saying then if the Most High hardened Pharaoh, why are you punishing Pharaoh? Because he hardened him. Why Pharaoh was doing what the Lord wanted him to do by being hardened and resisting.
Yeah.
Why is Pharaoh or Antiochus getting stung based on the Most High hardening them to do what he wants? Now we're dealing with that what? The Most High controls who he's putting into and who he's not putting into. This is the free will debate. If Pharaoh was doing the Most High's will, then why is Pharaoh getting punished with losing his son? Why did Pharaoh get punished with losing his subjects in Egypt? If he's doing what he was told. Read on.
Verse 20. Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against the Most High?
We don't have the right to argue with the Most High why the Most High put in people what he puts in people. The Most High is going to put into the people whatever thinking he wants to be in those people. Because this is what Esau's going to complain about. You made us to be, to want us to take subjection on the world and think God was with us. Why are you going to punish us now? Because the Most High put it in him to destroy so he could fall. Esau's going to say the same thing. I thought I was the Jew. If I wasn't a Jew, why did you make me think I was a Jew? Because I wanted to. So you can subjugate this world and be punished for it. This is the point. And he's saying, how dare you question what my methods are and why I do what I do. Read on.
Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus?
We don't have the right to say, why did you make me the part of the evil guy? Why did you make me the person that's going to be shamed forever? Why did you put me in this position? We don't have the right to complain about what roles the Most High chose us to play. Read on.
Hath not the potter power over the clay?
The Most High has the power over the clay he is working with. Read on.
Of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor.
Mm-hmm.
What if the Most High, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction?
He says the Most High was willing to show his wrath and to make his power known. Listen, this is why he endured Antiochus for so long. This is why he endured Pharaoh for so long. They were created to be vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction. They were created to be destroyed. But also, he sat back here and used them so that his power can be shown through their fall. So that now Israel can learn lessons about their failures. And he said he sat back here. The Most High endured the long suffering of their despicable, wicked actions, just for them to be shamed and there be a lesson for our people through their sickness. This is why they were allowed to run their course. This is why they were hardened, their minds were hardened the way they was, so that they can be an example of what not to do.
Exactly.
So this is the reality for us. Are we going to be examples of what to do, or are we going to be examples of what not to do? And a lot of that has to do with our humility and our willingness to adjust and adapt to the lessons the Most High has for us quickly. How quickly we respond to correction will determine if we're going to be objects of shame or objects of honor in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
And that he might make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy.
So he says the Most High wants us to see the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, which is Israel. Read on.
Which he had afore prepared unto glory.
He prepared us unto glory, but he needed to give us bad examples so we can learn how not to mimic and pattern our lives after. Antiochus, pharaohs, all these negative kings and leaders, we're supposed to learn what not to do from them. These Pharisees, learn what not to do from them. These princes, learn not to do from them. Learn what not to do, so it makes learning how to do things even that much more clearer.
Yeah.
So he rides these cats up and he brings them down. Why did the Most High allow Saul to be in power for so long? There was a lot of flaws in Saul's character that we need to see so we don't pattern Saul.
Yep.
The Most High allowed David's shame for everybody to see, so we learn not to pattern after David's shame. All the kings, all the princes, we're supposed to learn what to do and what not to do. So all these lessons were intended for the people who were supposed to get the riches of his glory.
And he says that too in Psalms.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Psalms 59, verse 8 through 11.
Psalms 59, verse 8. But thou, O Lord, shall laugh at them.
While these nations are up in their pride, the Most High is laughing at them because he already knows that the higher they go up, they're setting themselves up for the bigger fall. Read.
Thou shalt have all the heathen in derision.
He said he's going to have all the heathen in derision. Read on.
Because of his strength will I wait upon thee.
But David is saying, listen, I'm just going to sit back and wait for the Most High because he understands that as high as their pride and arrogance is, they have this high ascension. Read on.
For the Most High is my defense.
He says the Most High is going to defend me. How? Read on.
The power of my mercy shall prevent me.
Go ahead.
The Most High shall let me see my desire upon my enemies.
He says all the Most High David understands is the Most High is going to let us be a witness to their destruction. And that's why he's raised up Pharaoh and he let us witness his destruction. He let us watch the waters and the Red Sea collapse on the soldiers as they were pursuing us, collapse on the army. The Most High is letting us witness their destruction, just like he's letting us witness Antiochus Epiphanes' destruction. He let us be a witness to it, and that being a witness to your enemies and watching them be destroyed shows you that it was worth waiting on the Most High even that much more.
Yeah.
It shows you the value of being patient and not taking vengeance upon yourself. Because I get to witness their fall. Read on.
Verse 10 again.
No, read on.
Verse 11. Slay them not.
He said, "Do what?
Slay them not,
Go ahead."
lest my people forget.
He said, "But don't kill us in the midst of killing our enemies." He says, "Yes, we've been influenced by those nations." But he said, "But preserve us, that we could be what?"
Lest my people forget. Scatter them by
So
thy
he
power.
says, what is the purpose of us watching and witnessing our enemies fall?
So we don't forget.
So we don't forget. There's a lesson in it. There's a lesson behind our enemies' destruction and witnessing their downfall. And so we could take note of it and remember it and not let us get high-minded and big-headed. Read on.
Thanks.
Scatter them by thy power,
He says, "Scatter them." That's what he do with the nations. Read on.
and bring them down, O Lord, our shield,
Go ahead.
for the sin of their mouth.
He said, because the whole time, what was the Most High watching in Antiochus?
The sin of their mouth.
He said he's the God incarnate. He's God manifest on earth. You know, look at the torture that Antiochus put us through and the things he did to the temple. But he said he's going to do what? He says, for the sin of their mouth. Go ahead.
And the words of their lips, let them even be taken in their pride.
And so what was he known for? What was Pharaoh known for? The hardening of the heart was him inflated with pride. He said, let my people go. He didn't want to let them go. Same thing with Antiochus. His pride got to him. Anytime these nations get arrogant and prideful, they start talking against the Most High, talking against his children. He says it's just a matter of time before he bring them down out of pride. Read on.
And for cursing and lying which they speak,
Go ahead.
consume them in wrath. Consume them, that they may not be. And let them know that the Most High ruleth in Jacob unto the ends of the earth.
So it also shows that there's a distinction between who he loves. He shows that he loves us more than he loves the nations by letting us be witnesses to their destruction. There's so many lessons involved by letting us watch them fall. It's a time to be alive now.
Yeah.
And we're in the last days now, but we're actually watching the crumbling of the number one superpower of the world. We're in the midst of it.
Yeah.
We're witnessing the worlds go to war. The different worlds and different countries go to war with each other. World War III. We're watching the economy suffer. What used to look like impenetrable just 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Who would have thought during the Reagan era that it would be this way just from the 80s to now, when America was on top?
It's not that long.
It's not that long ago, bro.
Or when it was the operation of shock and awe, when Esau was wiping out all of them, the Arab world out, and they were in complete dominance when Russia fell. When Russia fell in '91, and America was the only show in town.
Yeah.
Who would have thought they were about to fall?
Just that quick.
It's like that. Just took 30 years, 25, 30 years. Yeah, still not long.
That's not long, bro, at all.
No, it's not.
To be on top, though.
I mean, they were completely on. Now they've been a superpower since the 50s, and they've been respectable since the late 1800s. America, I'm talking about after the Civil War, but they didn't get to their heights until the early 90s. But they were a power since the 50s. Well, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, that's where everybody wanted to go. Everybody wanted to come here.
Yeah.
Now that's not everybody. People are not imitating America anymore. They don't want to be like it anymore. But the Most High lets us witness the downfalls of people that have been prideful to us. You niggas, spicks, porch monkeys, moon crickets, wetbacks, illegals, roaches. You know, the Most High have been watching and listening to all the wickedness. 3/5 of a man. You're not even a man. You're 3/5 of a man. You don't even have constitutional rights.
Sons of the forest.
Sons of the forest. Untutored, actually, what he called them. He called them untutored sons of the forest. That means, you're uneducated sons of the, you're like savages. You're wild Indian savages. But the Most High said he's listening to the pride of all these nations. And this is why when they come to apologize, it's too late. Because they had a chance to treat us right a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were trying to get on the bus for years, man. We just want to ride the bus. We want to ride the front. We want to sit out at cafes. Now that they give us this, we don't really want it. It's really not what it's all cracked up to be. So what he's doing with Antiochus is he's teaching us through their fall to have more faith in him, to put more trust in him through their fall, as witnesses to their downfall. And that's how he magnifies his name. And another verse on that is Psalms 78 and 38.
Psalm 78 and verse 38. But he, being full of compassion.
But not letting us fall with these nations is the Most High's what?
Compassion.
Read on.
Forgave their iniquity.
Go ahead.
And destroyed them not.
Because he could have destroyed us when these nations change powers, when the theater of war changes, we could be destroyed with those nations. We could have been destroyed with the Greeks. But the Most High preserved us by destroying Antiochus, bringing in a new, more meek authority. But that was his compassion on us, where we could still have our sanctuaries, still have our Bible, still have our laws, until we messed that up with the Romans. Because there was a time when even, was it Caesar Augustus or Antiochus? It was Caesar that actually paid also for the sacrifices. So even the Romans was doing it was I think it was Augustus. It was Augustus Caesar that actually paid for the sacrifices for the temple.
Yep.
So that was the Most High preserving us so we could still serve him. Read on.
Yea, many a time returned he his anger away, and did not stir up all his wrath.
So the Most High he's holding back his wrath. He's letting his wrath out on certain people, and then he's holding back his wrath on us.
Mm-hmm.
So it's showing you how the Most High is controlling his wrath, who gets punished and who doesn't. He has a meter. Who's getting his full wrath, who is he showing compassion and mercy to? All that is in the Most High's hands.
Yep. So let's get to verse 18. 2 Maccabees 9 and 18.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 18. But for all this his pains would not cease, for the just judgment of the Most High was come upon him. Therefore, despairing of his health, he wrote unto the Jews the letter underwritten, containing the form of a supplication after this manner. Antiochus, king and governor, to the good Jews, his citizens wishes much joy and health and prosperity. If ye and your children fare well, and your affairs be to your contentment, I give very great thanks to the Most High, having my hope in heaven. As for me, I was weak, or else I would have remembered kindly your honor and goodwill, returning out of Persia, and being taken with a grievous disease, I thought it necessary to care for the common safety of all, not distrusting my health, but having great hope to escape this sickness, but considering that even my father, at what time he led an army into the high countries, appointed a successor.
So he's like, in case I don't make it, I got to appoint my successor. Read on.
To the end that, if anything fell out of contrary to expectation, or if any tidings were brought that were grievous, they of the land, knowing to whom the state was left, might not be troubled. Again, considering how that the princes that are borders of the neighbors unto my kingdom wait for opportunities, and expect what shall be the event, I have appointed my son Antiochus king.
So he says, I've appointed my son Antiochus Jupiter king. Read on.
Whom I have often committed and commended unto many of you, when I went up into the high provinces, to whom I have written as follows.
So he's like, listen, Lysias was in charge of raising Jupiter. He says, if I die or something happens, Jupiter is the king. Read on.
Wherefore I pray and request you to remember the benefits that I have done unto you generally, and in special, and that every man will still faithful to me and my son. For I am persuaded that he, understanding my mind, will favorably and graciously yield to your desires.
The crazy thing is, Jupiter didn't yield to the Jews' desires. Jupiter did the same thing his daddy did, and the same thing his daddy before him did, was to subjugate empires. Read on.
Thus the murderer and blasphemer, having suffered more grievously, as he entreated other men, so died he a miserable death in the strange country in the mountains.
So what ends up happening is he dies a strange death, or a miserable death in a strange company, or a strange country. I'm sorry, Antiochus did. Now let this verse 28 go. We're almost done with this chapter. But let me see, what time is it now? Yeah, what time?
You need to go back to chapter 5 of First Maccabees.
It's First Maccabees 6. I was thinking about doing that tomorrow or next time, but I did want to go into. I'm not sure if I want to go to Job. There's another chapter in Job I want to do. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll let that go. Let's do, Go for it. No, let's do verse 29 of this chapter. 2 Maccabees 9:29. Let's read that.
2 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 29. And Philip, that was brought up with him, carried away his body, who also, fearing the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemy's Philometer.
So, what this Philip was Antiochus Epiphanes' guy. He said, if I go and bring Antiochus' body to his son, Antiochus Jupiter, they might kill me. This is how, like, when kings die, there's this power vacuum that has to hurry up and get kind of like has to get set up. So if Philip comes in there, they might assume Philip is an enemy, and they might think Philip is trying to take over Antiochus' spot. So instead of Philip going to Antiochus and getting killed by Lysias and Jupiter, he goes to Egypt and goes to Antiochus Epiphanes' nephew, Ptolemy Philometer, and brings his body over there and buries him there because there's still blood. He says, I can sit back and hide in Egypt and figure out my next move. Obviously, Philip had Antiochus' soldiers, who are loyal to Antiochus, are now loyal to who? Philip. Mm-hmm. So now you have Philip and his army is within the king of the Southland. We have Jupiter and Lysias and his military that's over there in Antiochus. So there's a beef there, and there's a little struggle for power that might manifest itself a little bit later.
And it's anybody's kingdom at that point.
That's the point. It's a free-for-all. So we're going to read about that little scuffle later. Let's go back to 1 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 5. We're going to read verse 5 now and just get to verse 16 and shut it down from there. There's a little more I could go, but there's no reason to push it. 1 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 5.
1 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 5. Moreover, there came one who brought him tidings into Persia, that the armies which went against the land of Judea were put to flight, and that Lysias, who went forth first with a great power, was driven away of the Jews, and that they were made strong by the armor and power and store of spoils, which they had gotten of the armies, whom they had destroyed. Also, that they had pulled down the abomination, which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls, as before, and his city Bethsura. Now when the king heard these words, he was astonished and sore moved, whereupon he laid him down upon his bed, and fell sick for grief. because it had not befallen him as he looked for.
So this account says, after he lost in Persia, he hears bad news about the losses and is sick. 2 Maccabees 9 comes off and it says, he heard the bad news, and now his desire was to destroy the Jews. Then he gets sick. However it is. Well, let's continue.
And there he continued many days, for his grief was ever more and more, and he made account that he should die.
So, first Maccabees focuses on his grief and makes less focus on the sickness. 2 Maccabees 9 focuses more on the sickness. Read on.
Wherefore he called for all his friends, and said unto them, the sleep is gone from my eyes, and my heart falleth for very care.
So what he's saying is, in 1 Maccabees 5 or 6 is more about the mental toil he has from the losses in his condition. 2 Maccabees 9 is more of the physical damage and experience he's going through. Read on.
You get both
And
sides of the coin.
Yeah.
And my heart faileth for very care.
Read on.
And I thought with myself, into what tribulation am I come? And how great a flood of misery is it, wherein now I am. For I was bountiful and beloved in my power. But now I remember the evil that I did at Jerusalem, and that I took all the vessels of gold and silver that were therein, and sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judea without a cause. I perceive therefore that for this cause these troubles are come upon me.
It's amazing how people put two and two together when they're sick.
I know. When the Most High really destroys their entire foundation and their surroundings.
And then when things are bad, all of a sudden you can recollect all your evils.
Yep.
But it's not until things are bad can you do that. It's it's not fresh on the mind until things are bad.
Until you lose something. Until you stand to lose. Let's continue.
And behold, I perished through great grief in a strange land. Then called he for Philip, one of his friends, whom he made ruler over all his realm.
So, here, it says Philip was made ruler. Not Jupiter. Because Jupiter was still young. Antiochus Jupiter was still a young man. So, he's talking to Philip and say, I'm going to make you my head. Now we understand why Philip sat back here and didn't go straight to Antiochus. Because he was going to probably go into an ambush and they were going to kill him. So Antiochus gives Philip the reins, but when they hear about Antiochus' death, Lysias is going to automatically say, "Hey, Jupiter's the king." So now you have soldiers that are two different groups of the soldiers fighting each other for power and control. Read on. This shows you how now the king in the north, that realm is falling apart. Yep. Now they're fighting from what there's a bunch of infighting because. Who's the head guy now? Read on.
Verse 15. And gave him the crown, and his robe, and his signet.
This is why you know it's the Most High is in control when he's breaking down the wicked. He breaks down I got to go to Job now, but let's keep reading. Read this. Read on. Keep going.
To the end, he should bring up his son Antiochus, and nourish him up for the kingdom.
So what they're doing, he says, I'm going to give you the power, Philip, for now. But I want you to raise up Antiochus Jupiter until he is of age where he can run him. Now the problem is Lysias was given that power. And Lysias ain't giving that power up for nothing. So Lysias is like, no, I'm going to raise Jupiter and be in this seat of a power and authority until Jupiter gets of age. Antiochus is like, okay, I want you, Philip, to raise Jupiter up and let him be in power. Yes, sir.
How you spell Jupiter?
Eupator. Let's go to Job. Did you finish verse 16? No, read verse 16.
Verse 16. So King Antiochus died there in the 149th year.
Okay. So now let's go to Job chapter 18, verse 5 through 21. This chapter just kind of explains what the Most High does to the wicked, what the Most High does to the proud, and how their whatever they build ends up, whatever they put in their hands, how things turn out. So let's read that.
Job chapter 18 and verse 5. Yea, the light of the wicked shall be put out.
The light of the wicked shall be put out. Read on.
And the spark of his fire shall not shine.
The spark won't shine for long. Read on.
The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and his candle shall be put out with him.
He's just saying that light, that rain on the top won't last forever. Won't last for long. Read on.
The steps of his strength shall be straightened.
Well, let's get straightened real quick. It's number 2. I'll read it. Straighten, to make narrow, tense, or close, to tighten. 3 says to reduce to difficulties or distress. So he's saying that the steps of the wicked are going to get more narrow and more tighter and more difficult. He just says the Most High is sitting back here and making the wicked man's steps less comfortable. He keeps making that negative person more uncomfortable day in and day out. Their conditions are more uncomfortable, more tense. This is how you know the Most High is breaking that wicked man.
It's more restriction.
God, less freedom. Okay, more difficulties, more distress. Read on.
Yeah, finish it back at the
Verse 7. Give me verse 7 again.
Job chapter 18 verse 7. The steps of his strength shall be straightened, and his own counsel shall cast him down.
This still talks about when he says his own counsel shall cast him down. He says the Most High starts to confound you. He starts to confound your counsel, confound your vision, confound how you think and process. I've literally seen that with my own eyes, with brothers. At a point in time when your clarity is there, the Most High will confound your clarity, confound what you see, and the things that used to work don't work no more. The way you used to process things, your solutions might have worked even though they didn't make no sense. Now your solutions don't work no more. He confounds your thinking, and he says your own counsel shall cast him down, because he's going to confound your thinking, lead you into bad decisions, and those bad decisions have negative effects to you.
Yep.
This is what he's doing with Antiochus. He confounded his mind, sent him out to Persia, and that was the worst thing he could have did.
Because you don't know what the spirit is.
God.
You don't know what is the spirit. You take anything, man, that's the spirit. You don't know if that's the spirit or not.
Because he took that spirit off of you.
Yep.
He took this at one time this wicked person was thriving in his wickedness. Then all of a sudden he took it away. Read on.
Verse 8. For he is cast into a net by his own feet, and he walketh upon a snare.
But it starts with the Most High confounding the mind. Once the mind is confounded, then your own counsel sets you up for your own fall. And this is the scary thing. This is why it's such a challenge. This is why we have to always ask the Most High to never not keep us in mind, and not to ask Most High to keep giving us favor. Because just because you're smart and intelligent and make good decisions, the Most High can sit back here and confound your thoughts, and you make the wrong decision.
And though you be sharp and wise,
You'll still think the Spirit's with you, and you'll have a thought in your head, and you run with that thought, and all of a sudden that thought leads you in a trap.
And your household and everybody else.
And then everybody has to suffer because of a thought that you gave your mind to.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah.
5 and 12, Job 5 and 12.
You gonna Job dance, man?
I love the scripture right here, bro.
What's it?
Job chapter 5 and verse 12. He disappointeth the devices of the crafty.
Listen, bro.
Yeah.
Because there's one where brothers just do dumb stuff, and that was dumb. That was dumb.
You just didn't think about it.
Like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
There's that. Then there's the smart guys in this world.
Yeah.
The smart wicked guys.
Yeah.
There's the dumb wicked guys. They
Yeah.
just do dumb things.
Yeah.
It was just obviously stupid.
Yep.
And then you have the guys that are super smart and meticulous and methodical about their approaches.
Yep.
And they're detailed about their approaches. But their approaches, according to Scripture, says it's the device of the crafty.
Yep.
What craft mean? What you create.
Yep.
You create something with your imagination, because the Most High has the issue with man, because man's a wicked what?
Imagination. Mm-hmm.
So your little game you play that the elders don't know about, nobody knows but you.
God.
Most High said he disappoints them too.
God.
Doesn't matter how well thought out your plans and strategies are. It don't matter how much education you got. It don't matter how thorough you are. It don't matter how meticulous you are. It don't matter how many hours of time you put into it. It don't matter how much outside counsel, because Israel also collects outside counsels. They have little notebooks outside counsel.
Oh, you say I've crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's.
Yeah, Israel does that too. They
I got fail-proof system.
They have fail-proof. They have plan
Don't know about
Bs.
that one.
Yeah, Israel has plan Bs, Cs, and plan Ds. They don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Israel has these things.
Keep it in that back pocket.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. You say if I get angry enough, I'll put this plan C on you. You gonna do because you're mad.
Yeah.
Well,
you gonna throw it like dominoes, man?
Yeah, that's what Israel does. When they get real mad, they pull out this secret plan you never saw before.
Yeah.
Like where did this come from, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I'm sick of how brothers acting and treating me. Okay, bro. You're not the victim. These are your decisions.
Yep.
And brothers are telling you what you don't want to hear. And we're going to tell you the Most High disappoints the devices of the crafty. You know?
Oh, you have one.
So that their hands cannot perform their
The
enterprise.
problem is, no matter how meticulous your plans are, you won't be able to perform to the full extent your enterprise, because the Most High knows He's not granting you permission.
Yeah. So listen, let's go back. Let's read verse 8 in Job 18.
Job chapter 18 and verse 8. For he is cast into a net by his own feet, and he walketh upon a snare.
Mm-hmm.
The jinn shall take him by the heel.
The gin is to the invention. The gin is to the plan. You're going to be taken by your own feet, by your own plans, by your own invention. The gin is the invention. So the invention shall take him by the heel. Read on.
And the robber shall prevail against him.
And there's going to always be somebody that's trying to counterbalance you.
Yeah, that's true too.
For whatever you're trying to plan to get somebody else entrapped or to get what you want, there's always going to be somebody else trying to take advantage of you that you don't know about.
Like Solomon. That's why I said he stirred up an enemy.
Yep.
That's how because Solomon was a wise man.
Yep.
But because you want to be out of pocket, Solomon, I'm going to stir up an enemy for you.
Yep. And I'm going to sit back here and stir up enemies all around you. And Idumea and all these places that's going to make you uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
Because it's going to be from a place you're not even aware of. But this is how he breaks you. So the Most High sat back here and Antiochus didn't realize that these Persians were ready for him. And threw all his plans upside down. This is how he sets you up. You make a plan, you go into a trap, you lose men, things don't work out the way you want. Read on.
It says, the snare is laid up for him in the ground, and a trap for him in the way. Terrors shall make him afraid on every side, and shall drive him to his feet.
But it's all these terrors come out of nowhere because of your wicked planning, because of your negative outlook, because of the things you're trying to push and fight for that isn't the will of the Heavenly Father.
And he says it'll drive you to your feet, meaning you won't be comfortable.
I know.
You know, where if you always got to be on your feet, that means you always got to be on go.
Yeah.
You always got to be ready. There's never no comfort and relaxation. You know, and those are facts, bro. Where it's like you're always on the verge of poverty or the verge of collapse or the verge of sickness or the verge of anything, verge of failure. It's like I'm always one payment away from destruction or one tire away from a blowout.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always on edge.
I'm living on the edge.
I'm living on the edge. That's what it is. It's true, though.
Keep reading verse 12.
Verse 12. His strength shall be hunger bitten.
His strength shall be weakened by hunger. So he's like, listen, the Most High keeps taking things away from you and weakening your plans, weakening your movements, weakening the things around you.
Putting you in a position of lack.
He keeps, this is what he's doing with Antiochus. Read on.
and destruction shall be ready at his side.
Mm-hmm.
It shall devour the strength of his skin.
Mm-hmm.
Even the firstborn of death shall devour his strength.
The firstborn of death shall devour his strength. Read on.
His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle, and it shall bring him to the king of terrors.
And the Most High is the king of terrors. The Most High set all these scenarios that weakened him, that made him hunger bitten, that made him uncomfortable, that brought terror to him, brought him to who? The author of the terror.
Yeah.
That's what happened. The Most High brought all this terror and discomforting and all this hunger bitten scenarios and all these he confounded you and all these bad decisions and snares that you got caught up into brought you to the king of terrors.
It's
The
that funnel
author
system
of the
again.
that is the funnel system. That's exactly what it is.
It's crazy. He does it for the wicked and the righteous.
That's the point. He sat
Wow.
back here and he's creating all these devices
Oh.
by your own thinking to bring you to the king of the king is the author of all these terrors, the author of all this hunger, the author of all this suffering. All this terror is funneling you to him.
They're watching me. They're watching me.
It's all funneling you to get back to him. The watchers are there to sit back and bring you back to him.
They're coming for me.
And they're coming for you and they're trying to bring you back to 44.
The trolls out.
To bring you back to the Lord. That's the crazy thing, huh? So pretty much in a nutshell in verse 18, chapter 18, all these bad things, all these terrible things are devised to bring you back to the king of the terrors. The author of the terrors. Does that make sense? Read on.
Verse 15. It shall dwell in his tabernacle, because it is none of his. Brimstone shall be scattered upon his habitation.
Mm-hmm.
His roots shall be dried up beneath, and above shall his branch be cut off.
He's still talking about the wicked person that's been running, doing their own thing. He's going to dry up everything around you to where you're going to have to face up and own up to your decisions and your mistakes. Read on.
And there'll be no production. He said his roots shall be dried up from beneath.
Mhm.
That means that everything you planted shall fail.
Yep.
All your plans are going to fail.
Yep.
Everything that you thought was going to take care of you later. People plant seeds so they can eat off it later.
Yep.
But all the things that I did in advance so I can enjoy it later, it dries up. I mean, I got nothing to look forward to. Go ahead.
Verse 17. His remembrance shall perish from the earth, and he shall have no name in the street. He shall be driven from
So
light.
what he's just saying is he's going to sit back and bring shame to the individuals that are rolling like this. Read on.
He shall be driven from the light into darkness, and chased out of the world.
And you're going to die in a very messed up condition.
Chased out of the
That's my
world.
point. The Most High, the King of Terror, is going to chase you to death. Chase you out of this life.
Like pop.
Like Pac. How about like Antiochus?
He just
Like
crazy.
Antiochus,
Come.
like Pac too. Okay, I guess we got to bring it back to where Jake can process it. Let's keep going.
He shall neither have son nor nephew among his people, nor any remaining in his
And
dwelling.
this is where it's hitting with Antiochus, because what people don't, we want to read later on, is Jupiter only was in power for 2 years. So the Most High removed Antiochus and his seed.
Wow.
He sat back here and took him out.
He ripped him
Jupiter
up.
only lasted for 2, so his name was done after that point.
He don't have no inheritance other than being the prophet.
That's
for
the
being
point. He
who
has
not to be.
exactly his inheritance is all the sin you did. When you have nothing remaining of your name.
Wow.
He takes you
No
off the
glory.
map. I know. He says he shall neither have son nor nephew among his people. I mean, he runs you off, and he runs your children. He takes you out the world and your blood and your seed.
Ain't no legacy.
There's no legacy. That's the greatest shame you can have.
Yeah.
Read on.
Nor any remaining in his dwellings.
Kinda.
They that come after him shall be astonished at his day.
And people that come after Antiochus are astonished at his life and how he was punished and the losses he made because of his wickedness.
And he puts fear in other tyrants' hearts.
Huh?
I said, I know I'm a tyrant, but I ain't gonna do what he did.
I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna respect those Jews. Back off them
I'm
Jews.
just gonna get the money. Get the
Just
money.
get the taxes. Listen,
I'm gonna get the money.
I want the taxes. I want the taxes, and I will give these black people their lambs. And that's all I gotta do to keep this heat off me. Give them the lambs.
They're a curse.
Give them
They're
all
a
the
curse.
lambs. Give them all the lambs they want. Give them the lambs. Let's keep my reign.
Keep that lamb smoking.
Yeah, keep that barbecue cooking out.
I want that barbecue.
This is what he's saying. Now he says the rest of the world is astonished at this day.
Yeah.
At his day, read on.
As they that went before were affrighted.
Kinda.
Yeah.
But that was the Antiochus was the Pope. Antiochus was the poster boy of what not to do and how not to be.
Don't be this guy.
God. Read on.
Surely such surely such are the dwellings of the wicked, and this is the place of him that knoweth not.
And this
the
is
Most
why,
High.
even on a future prophecy level, this is why America is going to be burning in perpetuity.
Yep.
Because the burning of America is the constant reminder of what not to go back to. And that constant fire in the United States is going to be what makes everybody frightened to even want to go back to sin. So whether it's America in the future, it's Antiochus, it's in the past, all the stories of individuals who chose not to serve the Most High, and the bad that happens after them are the lessons of what not to do. So this chapter really ties into Antiochus and his wicked habits, but we're going to shut it down at that point. Are there any questions? Okay, let's send our prayers up. Amajim, Mufanya, Yerushalayim.
Set to face Jerusalem.
There we go. Okay. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Mike out.
Send Michael
And the righteous angels.
and the righteous angels
To watch over.
to watch over,
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
and make strong
The people of
the
Yahshua.
people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us
Much wisdom.
much wisdom,
Much knowledge.
much knowledge,
Much understanding.
much understanding,
Much patience.
much patience,
Much faith.
much faith,
Much brotherhood.
much brotherhood,
And much love.
and much love,
Spiritual power.
spiritual power,
And forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee
is our hope.
is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawah.
Hahawah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawah.
Hahawah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Awar.
Awar.
Lara.
Lara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light to see.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawah.
Hahawah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ayo.
Kwara.
Korah.
Lakwara.
Lakorah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawah.
Hahawah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayath.
Zayath.
Ramashah.
Lamashah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
and to sing praise unto thy name,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning,
and thy faithfulness every night,
and thy faithfulness every night,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn sound.
with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
For thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy word.
hast made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph
I will triumph
in the works of thy
in
hands.
the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not,
A brutish man knoweth not,
neither doth the fool understand this.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass,
When the wicked springeth the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity
and with all the works of iniquity
do flourish.
do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
Without Yahweh,
Without Yahweh,
or the Most High forevermore.
our Most High forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo, thy enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies,
for lo, thy enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the works of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I should be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
on my enemies,
on mine enemies,
and my ears shall hear.
and my ear shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock,
There is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamayawa.
Hamayawa.
Yaduwad.
Yaduwad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawad.
Tawad.
Wama.
Wama.
Naayam.
Naayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Dum.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yakad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawad.
Hatawad.
Ayo.
Ayel.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayo.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayel.
Paya.
Paya.
Marawathiwa.
Marawathiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroria.
Aroria.
Zayawan.
Zayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ah. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayim.
Kayayim.
Ay. Halalam.
Halalam.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yes, God. Yeah. Okay, listen, I want to do this real quick. This is a quick anointing. Okay. Yabaraki Yahweh.
Yabaraki Yahweh.
Washmarka.
Washmarka.
Ya'ar Yahweh.
Ya'ar Yahweh.
Panyawa.
Panyawa.
Aliyaka.
Aliyaka.
Wachanka.
Wachanka.
Yasha'ar Yahweh.
Yasha'ar Yahweh.
Panyawa.
Panyawa.
Aliyaka.
Aliyaka.
Washamlaka.
Washamlaka.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahweh. I'm sorry. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Shemar.
Shamar.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Barak.
Barak.
Ayele.
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 Rapa.
Rapa.
Ayele.
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 Kazak.
Kazak.
Ayele.
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 Azar.
Azar.
Ayele.
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 Magan.
Magan.
Ayele.
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 Sama.
Sama.
Ayele.
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 The water.
The water.
Amyad.
Aman.
Aman. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Baraknao.
Baraknao.
Washwalim.
Washwalim.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Term. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Baraknao.
Baraknao.
Washwalim.
Washwalim.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Baraknao.
Baraknao.
Washwalim.
Washwalim.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Baraknao.
Baraknao.
Washwalim.
Washwalim.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Barakatay Yahweh.
Barakatay Yahweh.
Barakatay Yahushai.
Barakatay Yahushai.
Barakatay Yahweh.
Barakatay Yahweh.
Barakatay Yahushai.
Barakatay Yahushai.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Amyad.
Amyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Circle up. Wow.
Yes.
Men of Israel.
No.
Salute out in the heavenly order. Salute out.
So we have in heavenly order. Yahweh, or Yahweh Shai, men of Israel.
No. That way I did it.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Okiyash Allah, men of Israel, Muslim. The what?
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai Barakatah.
Kwame
Kwame
On the top, turn and face sisters. Sisters, please stand.
Mom Shabbat.
Mama Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Thang Ba Shem Yahshai. That's my top. Dismissed. Fall out. Throughout Israel. See y'all on Monday, alright? Shalom.